Chapter 1138. Ha ha ha, Fu Yulong, your tone is not small. No matter how big your Sea Cloud Palace is, how can it be bigger than the Alchemist Alliance? The actions of your Sea Cloud Palace over the past few years have been clearly seen by the other factions in the southern region. Before you prepare how to deal with me, I advise you to properly think about how to protect yourself. If it weren't for the Alchemist Alliance's rule not to easily intervene in the matters between the factions in the province, I'm afraid that your Sea Cloud Palace would have been annihilated long ago. High up in the sky, a loud laughter that contained a sneer sounded once again. Those words also caused Fu Yulong's expression to change. Although he was unwilling to admit it, there was no doubt that what this person said was the truth. In the past few years, the actions of Sea Cloud Palace had already affected the interests of the other factions in the southern region. Many factions hated Sea Cloud Palace to the core. However, due to the mutual restraint between the various factions, Sea Cloud Palace was temporarily in a stable state. However, Fu Yulong was also very clear in his heart that this so-called stability was only temporary. If he could not take advantage of the fact that those factions had yet to launch an attack on him to make himself stronger, then Sea Cloud Palace would have to face a storm-like attack in the future, or even destruction. Moreover, what was even more frightening than these factions was the person behind Wu Kuei. Compared to the other factions in the southern region, the person behind Wu Kuei could be said to be truly powerful. It was also because of this reason that even though Fu Yulong wished he could skin Wu Kuei alive, he still could not do so. Once he provoked the faction behind Wu Kuei, his fate would be even more miserable. Just thinking about that kind of result caused a chill to run down Fu Yulong's spine. Therefore, regardless of whether it was for his own survival or for the Sea Cloud Palace behind him, Fu Yulong could only continue to move forward. At this point, he already had no other choice. In front of him were the various great powers of the southern territory, but behind him was a colossus that he couldn't afford to offend no matter what. Unknowingly, Fu Yulong had already fallen into a bottomless abyss. Even he himself didn't know whether what awaited him in the future would be life or death. A ship that went out to sea would only travel further and further, and would no longer be able to see the path from which it came. If he did not continue to move forward, he would end up here before tomorrow. So, you're here today to stop me? After being silent for a long time, Fu Yulong finally let out a deep sigh. His body trembled slightly, before he slowly raised his head and spoke with a solemn expression. If you're attacking other people, I might be able to sit and watch. But since you're targeting Green City, then I have no choice but to come. The laughter once again sounded. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from the human figure in the sky. After which, it swiftly enveloped the entire place. Immediately, an extremely frightening aura descended on the city below. When Bai Hua felt the pressure of this aura, a look of surprise flashed across her face. This person's cultivation was clearly similar to hers, but this aura was actually so tyrannical. It contained a domineering aura that caused people to feel fear in their hearts. If an expert of the same level were to fight, having fear in his heart would be extremely disadvantageous to the battle. Would be it if. What kind of secret does this Qingyang city have that even you would be attracted here? Fu Yulong's heart sank when he felt the pressure of the aura that descended from the sky. Even though he was aware of the tyrannical aura of the other party, the strange thing was that even though he was on guard, he could not help but feel fearful. As a result, the tone of his voice became much softer. This aura is. At the same time, when Zhongli and the rest felt the tyrannical aura of the aura, they were shocked. They quickly searched through the memories in their minds. Soon, a bald man with a burly body appeared in their memories. Cough cough. So it's Senior Zhou Tai. I didn't expect that you would come as well. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he stood on the ground. One of his hands was supporting Bai Hua who had come over. He lifted his head and eyed the black human figure in the sky. At this moment, the latter's body was swiftly descending and had arrived in front of Fu Yulong. Sunlight shone on the burly, bald figure wearing black alchemist robes. An old but familiar face was revealed. It was the former chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild that Xiao Yan had met in the ancient city of Wilderness, Zhou Tai. However, Zhou Tai was very different from before. His aura had already reached the late origin transformation realm. Even his spiritual strength was abnormally powerful. It was likely that he would not lose out to Xiao Yan. This fellow was now a Tier 5 alchemist. A Tier 5 alchemist was a status that was quite high even in the Alchemist Guild. It was no wonder that Fu Yulong would reveal such an expression when he saw Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai, Fu Yulong's tone was extremely low and deep as he muttered. Fu Yulong coldly laughed when he heard this. His gaze swept over everyone on the ground below and involuntarily felt a little surprised when he saw Zhong Li's group. This continued until his gaze landed on Xiao Yan's body. When he saw that familiar face, Fu Yulong's eyes suddenly shrank. His entire body's movements instantly stilled. Even his breathing suddenly became sluggish. Immediately afterward, the color of ecstasy in his old eyes suddenly gushed out uncontrollably, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yan, ha ha ha. I'm not mistaken, right? It really is you. When Gu Li and the rest found out about Xiao Yan's true identity, Zhou Tai naturally found out as well. Moreover, through them, Zhou Tai also found out about the relationship between Xiao Yan and Azure Sun City. It was also because of this that he had left the Alchemist Guild to come here when Azure Sun City was in trouble. Ha ha ha, you left the ancient Wildlands City without a word back then. When I returned, I only heard that you had brought people to beat up Muhan. It's a pity that he was no longer in the ancient Wildlands City. Otherwise, I would definitely give him a proper greeting. Ignoring Fu Yulong, Zhou Tai only cared about himself as he laughed with Xiao Yan. Although he saw Fu Yulong's miserable appearance, there was not the slightest worry on his face. He believed that Fu Yulong, who could safely retreat from the lightning pool, would not be in trouble so easily. Cough cough. I'm really sorry. As for Muhan, I already killed him a few days ago. Xiao Yan could not help but let out a dry chuckle when he heard Zhou Tai's words, a tired look appearing on his face. Since Zhou Tai had already appeared, there was no need for him to be overly worried. In addition, Bai Hua was also here, and he believed that they would be more than enough to deal with the similarly injured Fu Yulong. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Zhou Tai's face when he heard that Xiao Yan had already killed Muhan. It was unexpected that the grudge from back then would actually be resolved so many years later. Moreover, some of the other matters from back then would once again collide with each other. The word fate was really difficult to find. Zhou Tai's eyes swiveled in thought as a faint smile emerged on his face. Soon after, he turned his head back, his gaze returning to Fu Yulong as he slowly said, "Originally, I should have given Xiao Yan a big present after seeing him, but after some thought, I think I should get rid of you first." You want to kill me? I'm afraid that you don't have the strength to do so. Fu Yulong's expression darkened when he saw Zhou Tai's gaze shoot towards him. As he retreated, all the remaining Genesis Qi in his body swiftly circulated as he cautiously stared at Zhou Tai. Hee, it's true that I can't kill you, but there's no need for me to do so. My goal is only to chase you away. I won't stop you if you want to return home, but don't blame me for taking action if you want to do something else. Zhou Tai's expression was frosty. His body jerked as Genesis Qi immediately surged out from his body, transforming into a wave of energy that churned in the air around him. The vast and mighty presence was enough to make one's heart tremble. Fu Yulong's heart sank at the sight of this. There was naturally no need for him to be afraid of facing two advanced origin transformation stage experts at the same time if he was at his peak. However, he was currently injured and his strength had been reduced by more than half. Although the remaining power would allow him to deal with these people before him, the price he would have to pay would be extremely heavy. However, if he did not take action, it would be even more difficult to deal with Xiao Yan the next time. If Xiao Yan counterattacked, Zhou Tai would likely be the one to be injured. The thought of Xiao Yan's strange methods made Zhou Tai feel an invisible pressure in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that there was no benefit to him no matter what he did. This made Fu Yulong feel troubled. After a moment of thought, a cold light flashed in Fu Yulong's eyes. He turned around and retreated with an ashen face. At the same time, the Genesis Chi in his body began to circulate. Zhou Tai secretly let out a sigh of relief when he saw Fu Yulong turn around and leave. Fu Yulong was a returnance expert after all. Even though he was quite injured, his cultivation was still there. If Zhou Tai insisted on fighting, it would be quite troublesome. Zhou Tai only withdrew his gaze when Fu Yulong's figure vanished from his sight. At the same time, Xiao Yan secretly relaxed his fingers that had been rubbing his storage ring. He was prepared at all times. The moment Fu Yulong launched a counterattack, Zhou Tai would definitely be his target. In order to guard against Fu Yulong's sneak attack, Xiao Yan was prepared to release the Northern King from his storage ring at all times. He believed that with the Northern King present, even if he could not deal with Fu Yulong, he would definitely be able to stop Fu Yulong's sneak attack. At the very least, he would be able to wait for Zhou Tai and the others to take action. Soon after, Xiao Yan directly sat down on the ground. He had already swallowed a pill earlier, but because he had always been on guard against Fu Yulong, the pill's medicinal effects had not completely spread. Only now could he finally relax and begin to refine the pill in his body. As the medicinal effects of the pill spread, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body also began to swiftly recover. Other than some of the more serious injuries that required more time to heal, the external injuries all over his body and the damaged chi paths within his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Hua's anxious mood finally began to gradually relax when she saw this. Zhou Tai, on the other hand, smiled as he stared at Xiao Yan for a moment. After which, he turned his gaze and looked in the direction outside of the city. At this moment, a human figure was flying over at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly, he arrived in front of everyone. When he saw Zhou Tai, he immediately bowed respectfully. This person who had arrived had the appearance of a young man. His cultivation was only that of a 3-star Do D. From the way he addressed Zhou Tai, everyone knew that this young man was actually Zhou Tai's disciple. This caused Zhongli and the others to feel curious. Zhou Tai's temper was not very good. He would be happy at one moment and then awkward at the next. It was difficult to understand him. There was actually someone who dared to be his disciple. Hee, brat, aren't you looking forward to being able to see your benefactor again? Today, teacher will fulfill your wish. Zhou Tai ignored the strange expressions of the people around him as he spoke to the young man by himself. At the same time, he extended a finger and pointed at Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on the ground a short distance away. The young man's gaze followed and looked over. Soon after, he saw the familiar face that he could not erase from deep within his memory. Back then, it was Zhou Tai who had helped him regain his dignity and allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the way of alchemy. Even though Xiao Yan had only said one sentence to him back then, just this point alone had caused him to enjoy an endless amount of benefits. Back then, he had already treated Xiao Yan as his teacher. If he had not met Zhou Tai later on and been persuaded by the latter and inadvertently mentioned Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would not have become Zhou Tai's disciple. Although he now had a teacher, the young man still held a heart of respect for Xiao Yan in front of him. Even if he was not his teacher, he was still more respectful than his teacher. After a long while, Xiao Yan exited from his cultivation state. The instant he opened his eyes, he saw the somewhat unfamiliar face of the young man in front of him. After which, he turned around and saw the suspicious faces of Bai Hua and the rest. In addition, there was also Zhou Tai, who had a mocking expression on his face. This fellow clearly knew the reason behind this but had not told them. Bang! However, just as Xiao Yan's expression was stupefied, the young man in front of him actually knelt down in front of Xiao Yan in front of everyone present and did not hesitate to perform a great junior's greeting. When this scene appeared, not only was the rest of the people present stunned, even Xiao Yan himself was completely stunned. The sudden scene in front of him had really caught him off guard. He did not even know who this fellow was, but he actually knelt down in front of him. Even if he wanted to become Xiao Yan's disciple, he should at least announce his name. Junior Mu Ling thanks Senior for enlightening me back then. Chapter 1139. Mu Ling. Xiao Yan's mind did not have any impression of this name when he heard it. Instead, he felt that it was increasingly unfamiliar. He had really met too many people along the way. There were many people whom he could not remember clearly. Those who could leave a deep impression in his mind were those whom he had a strong relationship with. As for someone like this young man in front of him, he was unable to recall just when and where he had met such a person. The expression deep within Mu Ling's eyes dimmed slightly when he saw Xiao Yan reveal such an expression. Although he felt a little disappointed in his heart, his face did not reveal any surprise. After all, such a thing was merely a casual action by Xiao Yan back then. How could he have known that a casual sentence he had uttered back then would actually create a genius with such outstanding alchemist skills? However, just as Mu Ling was about to speak up for Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, suddenly seemed to have recalled something. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said in surprise, "You are the kid that I met in Yanluo City back then?" When these words came out, Mu Ling's eyes, which had just dimmed, suddenly revealed a little ecstasy. He did not expect that after so many years, the person in front of him would actually remember such a small matter from back then. No matter what, this had already made Mu Ling more confident of his own value. At the same time, he could not help but respect Xiao Yan even more in his heart. Back then, he was merely an inconspicuous little alchemist. It was incomparably difficult for him to even refine an ordinary medicinal pill. However, after experiencing that incident, his understanding of the way of alchemy had greatly soared. This was not merely because of his own talent. More importantly, it was because of the pride that Xiao Yan, that incomparably strong figure, had given him. To be recognized by an expert, this was probably the dream of every young man. I did not expect that after so many years, Elder would actually still remember me. I am Mu Ling. It is all thanks to Elder's guidance that I am able to achieve what I have today. This junior will never forget Elder's kindness. Tears of excitement continuously flowed in Mu Ling's eyes. In the blink of an eye, his entire face had turned red. After so many years, the person in front of him had already become an even more powerful existence. In fact, he could faintly feel that even his current teacher, Zhou Tai, was far inferior to him. Even so, he was still able to remember a small matter from back then. This really caused him to be pleasantly surprised. Being able to see Xiao Yan again was already considered as fulfilling his wish. How could Mu Ling dare to have extravagant hopes that Xiao Yan would still remember him? However, while he was astonished, he could barely suppress the emotions in his heart. However, when he saw Mu Ling, who was kneeling in front of him, revealing such a shocking appearance, Xiao Yan's old face turned red as he rubbed his nose. To be honest, he did not have much of an impression of Mu Ling. The reason why he was able to recall that incident was because of the Luo Tian cauldron in his storage ring. The Luo Tian cauldron was obtained from Yanluo City. This naturally left a deep impression on Xiao Yan. Now that he thought about it, he also remembered the mysterious expert that he met back then. That fellow from the middle region was also the reason why Xiao Yan was curious about Lian Er's true identity. That little girl, who looked like an ordinary girl, seemed to have a secret that no one knew about. It was just that the current Lian Xiao Yan stood up. Mu Ling, who was kneeling respectfully in front of him, was also helped up by Xiao Yan. After which, the group of people chatted and laughed as they returned to the Lu clan's mansion. With Zhou Tai's presence, the atmosphere among the group involuntarily became lively. As they chatted and laughed, they seemed to have forgotten about the great battle that had occurred in the city. They did not even mention it. After which, Mu Ling also introduced himself to the group. He was a rank 3 alchemist and one of the core disciples of the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance. If he was successful in the future, he even had the chance to enter the Pill Tower headquarters in the Middle Region. This was an unparalleled honor for them. Even Zhou Tai's eyes were filled with excitement when he mentioned this matter. Mu Ling also had a longing expression. After the rest of the people heard this, their faces were filled with shock as they gathered their gazes on Mu Ling. They could not help but feel slightly shocked by the excellence of this young man in front of them. However, when they thought about how Mu Ling was able to reach such heights with just a little guidance from Xiao Yan, the shock in their hearts immediately shifted to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not pay attention to the crowd's gazes. When he heard the familiar title that came from Mu Ling's mouth, there was only some curiosity and excitement in his heart. With regards to that place, Xiao Yan did not have any longing. However, if there was a chance, he would not hesitate to compete with the alchemist experts of the Pill Tower. As for treating the Pill Tower as a place of honor and yearning like the others, this was something that Xiao Yan could not do. He'd experienced too much, and he didn't care about fame and glory a long time ago. Instead of thinking about it, it was better to place all his energy on cultivation. After all, so long as his strength was sufficient, then wouldn't fame and glory come knocking on his door obediently? As the saying goes, it is better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. This was the principle behind it. After a few exchanges of greetings, the rest of the people in the hall gradually left. Only Bai Hua and Zhou Tai stayed behind. Of course, the reason why they stayed behind was naturally because of Xiao Yan. This time, I have to thank Elder Zhou for being able to force Fu Yulong to retreat. If it was not for you, I'm afraid that this matter would have been worse than I expected. After everyone left, Xiao Yan stood up and respectfully cupped his hands towards Zhou Tai. With a sincere expression on his face, Bai Hua did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent when she saw this. She hurriedly bowed towards Zhou Tai. "Ha, we are all family. There is no need to be so polite." In recent years, Fu Yulong's actions have been unusually eccentric. Many people in the southern region see him as a thorn in their side. However, due to this fellow's tyrannical strength, no one dares to stand up for him. The words that I said to that fellow today were actually the intentions of those old fellows in the Alchemist Alliance. Furthermore, if it was not for you, I'm afraid that I would not have been able to find such an outstanding disciple like Mu Ling. If there is anyone to thank, I should be the one thanking you. When these words were spoken, the three of them instantly looked at each other. Soon after, they burst into laughter. After a few exchanges of laughter, Zhou Tai finally found out that Xiao Yan had already joined the Alchemist Alliance in the western region. This meant that they belonged to the same faction. Their relationship with each other had unknowingly become even closer. After chatting for a while, Xiao Yan's gaze turned back and landed on Bai Hua. In the past few days, Xiao Yan had been busy with the reorganization of the Lu family. There were still some things that he had not asked Bai Hua clearly. Now that the trouble had been resolved, it was time to ask. After a series of general inquiries, Bai Hua described the overall changes in the Lu family to Xiao Yan over the past few years. Over the past few years, with Bai Hua's protection, the Lu family's overall strength had naturally increased by quite a bit. Even though they had encountered many troubles, the overall strength of the Lu family was much stronger than when Xiao Yan had first met them. This was both within Xiao Yan's expectations and beyond his expectations. In addition to the overall strength of the Lu family, Lu Feng's remnant soul in the golden plaque had completely dissipated a few years ago. Only a strand of spiritual energy that Xiao Yan had left behind was still helping the descendants of the Lu family grow. After learning that Lu Feng's remnant soul had dissipated, while Xiao Yan was shocked, he could not help but feel pity in his heart. At the same time, he felt even more admiration for that fellow. A remnant soul had actually forcefully supported the Lu family to its current state. It must be said that as the former head of the Lu family, Lu Feng was incomparably outstanding. As for Murong Qianqian, Bai Hua had also told Xiao Yan in full detail about how she had arrived at this place. Once he heard that the girl had actually relied on a sentence that he had unintentionally said to find this place, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but feel shocked at this girl's actions. It was fortunate that he did not have the intention to lie to her. If it was someone else who harbored evil intentions, it was likely that this girl would not even know why she had been sold by that person. Fortunately, since this little girl was here, he could at least account to Murong Xian in the future. Additionally, there was Lian Compared to them, Lian Er's current state was not what Xiao Yan had imagined. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1140. Ever since Xiao Yan came to Qingyang City, he did not have the time to care too much due to the matters of the Lu family. Hence, he did not see Lian Now that the matter was brought up, Xiao Yan knew that Lian woeful poison body had completely erupted many years ago. It was only with Bai Hua's intervention that the poison in the girl's body was suppressed. However, Lian also fell into a deep slumber because of this. However, as time passed, even with Bai Hua's strength, she gradually felt that she was unable to suppress Lian's woeful poison body. Since the beginning of the year, when Lian's woeful poison body erupted, Bai Hua was able to use her cultivation to forcefully suppress it. However, in recent years, every time Lian's woeful poison body erupted, even with Bai Hua's cultivation, she was no longer able to completely control it. In fact, in order to control Lian's body, she did not hesitate to use her own essence blood as the price in order to suppress the woeful poison body. When Xiao Yan heard these words, even with his temperament, his heart could not help but sink a little. For Bai Hua to use her own essence blood as the price, the severity of this matter was obvious. Lian's current situation was not small. In addition, in order to not cause panic in the Lu family, only the clan leader, Lu Huabai, knew about this matter in the entire Lu family. Even the first elder, Lu Xincheng, did not know about it. As for Zhou Tai, when he heard the words woeful poison body, a shocked expression could not help but appear on his old face. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. The woeful poison body was a terrifying body that was rarely seen on the continent. How could Zhou Tai not know about its reputation? However, what he did not expect was that Xiao Yan would actually leave such a person in the small Lu family. Furthermore, when he heard that Bai Hua could actually use her own essence blood to suppress the woeful poison body, a trace of surprise involuntarily flashed across the depths of his pair of sharp old eyes. When he first saw Bai Hua, he could sense a familiar scent from the latter. However, he was unable to identify the latter. Now that he heard Bai Hua speak, the curiosity in his heart grew even stronger. Xiao Yan was not surprised that the woeful poison body had completely erupted. However, the key point was that its strength was actually this frightening. This caused Xiao Yan to feel surprised. Such a situation had not occurred even with the little fairy doctor back then. From this, one could tell that the constitution that Lian possessed was likely much more frightening than the little fairy doctor. A while later, under Bai Hua's lead, Xiao Yan and the other two arrived at a secret underground tunnel in the Lu family. In the depths of the tunnel was the secret room where Lian was placed. The secret room was set up 1,000 feet below the Lu clan's residence. The reason for this was because the poison was so strong that it could already infect the space hundreds of feet away from Lian. Even though it was deep underground, the power was still enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. Before the three of them arrived at the secret room, Xiao Yan and Zhou Tai, who were alchemists, had already sensed the powerful poison. What a frightening poison! Even the ground has been infected. The three of them gradually walked down the tunnel that was filled with soft light. When Zhou Tai sensed the powerful poison from Lian's body, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a poison that could even infect the ground. When he heard this, Xiao Yan's expression was a little grave as he nodded his head. The expression in his eyes appeared a little stern. Bai Hua sighed helplessly and frowned slightly as she continued to walk forward. After all, she had watched that girl gradually grow up. Bai Hua's heart could not bear to see her become like this. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan had returned. She believed that all the troubles would be easily resolved. Bai Hua's heart was filled with worry. Very quickly, the three of them saw Lian. Many years had passed, and the little guy from back then had already grown into a beautiful young lady. Her beautiful cheeks matched with her tender body that was as soft as water. She could definitely be called a stunning beauty. It was a pity that although the beauty was beautiful, she could only lie on this special ice bed. Her soul was imprisoned by the frightening poison. In the small secret room, a dark purple poison fog slowly spread. An ordinary person's naked eye could not see anything clearly in this place. The luminous pearls that were originally embedded in the wall had also become pitch black because of the poison fog. Even the entire secret room was filled with a rotting smell. Standing in front of the ice bed, Xiao Yan and the other two were surrounded by a light blue flame. When the poison fog around them came into contact with the heavenly flame, it would emit a slight chi-chi sound before disappearing. However, immediately after, more poison fog would surge over. Looking at the pretty girl in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with reluctance. At the same time, he could not help but think of the little fairy doctor from back then. Now that he thought about it, the two of them were so similar. They were both weak girls, but they had to endure such inhuman pain. Even though Lien, who had fainted, looked calm, everyone knew that her soul was currently experiencing another torment that ordinary people could not imagine. In this world, there was no physique that could truly experience prosperity. If one could not break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, one would not be able to escape the fate of a premature death. This little girl is actually the one who possesses such a frightening physique. How pitiful. Zhou Tai was also looking at Lien, at the moment. He could not help but feel pity for Lien, She was at the prime of her life, yet she had encountered such a thing. It was like a flower that had just bloomed but was mercilessly plucked just as it was about to bloom. Everything was about to become a thing of the past before it could happen. Puff! Just as the words from Zhou Tai's mouth sounded, a pale blue-colored flame immediately shot out from Xiao Yan's sharp eyes. It turned into two flame-light beams that scattered the poison fog in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan extended two fingers and received it. The light blue flames covered Xiao Yan's fingers. Flames danced at the tips of his fingers. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a few tiny flames immediately shot out. They were like 4 lanterns that floated at the 4 corners of the ice bed under Lien. They released a faint light and dispersed the poisonous fog. Through the reflection of the light, Xiao Yan and the others could clearly see that the ice bed under Lien had already turned pitch black from the corrosion of the poison. A portion of it had even turned into black water and flowed down the ice bed. The terror of the poison was vividly displayed at this moment. Bai Hua had specially gone out to search for this ice bed in the depths of the mountains. Although it was not a precious treasure, the fact that she had chosen it to suppress the poison in Lien-er's body was enough to prove that this ice bed was extraordinary. However, it had now been corroded to such a state. This was truly unimaginable. However, Xiao Yan did not have time to care about this at this moment. After dispersing the poisonous fog around the ice bed, Xiao Yan extended his hand and grabbed Lien-er's white and tender wrist. Light blue flames immediately covered his palm. Traces of flames entered Lien-er's body from his palm under Xiao Yan's control. After a simple examination, Xiao Yan's face became gloomy. Chapter 1141. Under Xiao Yan's probing, the poison in Lien-er's body had already spread throughout her entire body. The powerful poison was almost solid, and even his heavenly flame was unable to easily disperse it. Lien-er's condition was much worse than he had imagined. How can this be? Not only did the poison invade the qi vortex, it even borrowed the girl's do qi to become stronger. I can't believe such a thing happened. Ch. The poison in Lien-er's body suddenly agglomerated just as Xiao Yan quietly sensed that something was wrong in his heart. It forcefully swallowed the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had inserted into Lien-er's body. It even moved along their palms and invaded Xiao Yan's body, causing Xiao Yan to immediately release his hand that was holding Lien-er's hand. At the same time, his other hand hurriedly grabbed the wrist of his left hand. A ferocious heavenly flame immediately surged and incinerated the poison that had invaded his palm. God damn it! How can this be? Xiao Yan never imagined that the poison would take the initiative to attack his heavenly flame. Moreover, it was so powerful that even he found it difficult to deal with it. The expressions of Bai Hua and Zhou Tai by the side involuntarily changed when they saw Xiao Yan suddenly being forced back. The two of them hurriedly shifted their gazes to Xiao Yan as the Genesis chi in their bodies instantly rose as a precaution. However, the seemingly absent-minded Xiao Yan had placed all his attention on Lian. To be more precise, he was focused on the terrifying poison in her body. He had no time to pay attention to the two people whose expressions had abruptly changed. Plop. After being quiet for a moment, Xiao Yan once again attacked. A puff sound was heard as a pale blue flame suddenly rose from his right palm. The fierce high temperature instantly incinerated the poison fog that was a little closer. Even the temperature within the dark room had been raised significantly at this moment. Zhou Tai's eyes revealed a look of surprise as he gazed at the rising flame in Xiao Yan's palm. He had not paid much attention to it before, but now that the flame was bursting with power, he finally noticed that Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was very different from the one he had seen before. Whether it was in terms of aura, power, or the domineering degree of the flame, it was no longer the same as the one he had seen before. Even its color had changed greatly, as if the entire heavenly flame had undergone a metamorphosis. What has this kid been through all these years? Xiao Yan quietly said in his heart. Soon after, he controlled the pale blue-colored flame in his palm. His palm faced downward as it slowly approached the smooth forehead of Lian Er, who was lying on the ice bed. Bzz. The moment Xiao Yan's palm touched Lian Er's forehead, the latter's delicate body uncontrollably trembled. At the same time, a circle of purple-black poison chi violently spread out in all directions with Lian Er's body at the center. Bzz bzz bzz. Soon after, however, the four flames that were suspended at the four corners of the ice bed suddenly emitted a dazzling glow when the poison gas swept over. Blazing high temperatures instantly intertwined from the four corners. The pale blue flames transformed into an enormous fire net that forcefully incinerated the poison gas that was spreading outwards until nothing was left. What a domineering woeful poison body. If not for Xiao Yan's heavenly flame having a natural restraining effect, it would not have been so easy to suppress it. Zhou Tai's expression could not help but change slightly when he sensed the strength of the poison qi. At the same time, his gaze once again swept across the ice bed that was shrouded in flames. His gaze paused on Lian Er's delicate body. He could not help but ask Bai Hua in confusion. What is he trying to do? The flame did not look like a formation and did not have any suppressive effect. At most, it could only block the poison qi released from Lian Er's body. But what did this mean? Detoxification. Bai Hua narrowed her eyes and slowly swept her gaze across Lian, who was lying on the ice bed in front of her. A look of anticipation surged in her eyes. She believed that with Xiao Yan's help, Lian would definitely be able to wake up. When Zhou Tai heard Bai Hua's words, an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his old face. The woeful poison body was an innate constitution and there was no cure for it. How could a heavenly flame be used to detoxify it? However, although Zhou Tai was unwilling to admit it, his heart gradually calmed down when he saw the solemn expression on Xiao Yan's face. He could understand that Xiao Yan would never do anything that he was not confident in. Furthermore, hadn't Xiao Yan always been breaking his understanding of this world? Perhaps it was time for the old ideas in his heart to change. Bzz bzz bzz. Lian Er's delicate body was still trembling violently uncontrollably. Waves of extremely terrifying poison qi surged out of her body, especially on her delicate and pretty face. The dense poison qi had turned her entire face into a dense black color. Lian Er's delicate lips, which had already turned purple-black in color, opened uncontrollably. Her throat emitted a strange hoarse cry. The poison wildly agglomerated together, appearing just like a black-colored poisonous snake that pounced toward Xiao Yan's hand, which was imprinted on Lian Er's forehead. This thing actually has its own consciousness. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he clenched his teeth and the light blue flame suddenly became even more ferocious. As it rapidly spread, it seemed to have turned into a flaming lion and fiercely tore at the poison qi. Extinguish. Soon, the flames completely enveloped Lian Er's entire body. The heavenly fire rose, releasing a high temperature that dispelled the surrounding poisonous fog. The light of the fire almost filled the entire dark room. In a moment, the poisonous fog that originally filled the dark room dissipated, and the strange smell in the air also gradually disappeared. Invisibly, there seemed to be an additional breath of life. Bang! After a short exchange, Xiao Yan squeezed the black-colored poisonous snake until it exploded. The fierce flame swiftly charged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, completely refining this cluster of poison. Even though this was the case, the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart did not relax. This poison force already possessed its own consciousness. This was the first time that he had seen such a thing. If he did not treat it carefully, it was likely that it would cause quite a great harm to Lian Er. This was something that he did not wish to see. When Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was once again injected into Lian Er's body, the previous scene happened again. The poison seemed to have become even more ferocious in Lian Er's body. Facing Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, it was not afraid at all. Under the repeated attacks, even Xiao Yan felt uncomfortable. After a long while, the heavenly flame was still unable to expel the poison in Lian Er's body. This inevitably caused Xiao Yan to frown. If he forcefully expelled it, Xiao Yan was worried that it would harm Lian Er's body. However, if he let it go, he would definitely not be able to expel the poison. This caused Xiao Yan to be in a dilemma. Chapter 1142. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Yan still chose to act decisively. Based on the current situation, they had no other choice. The poison had already permeated Lian Er's entire body. If they did not expel it now, it would probably become more and more difficult in the future. If they wanted to expel it now, the chances of success would be even lower. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan stretched out his hands. Blazing flames curled around his palms as he held Lian Er's 4 limbs in succession. He injected a large amount of strange fire into her wrists and ankles, and finally the top of her head. He began to expel the thick poison from Lian Er's body from these 5 places. With his enormous soul power, Xiao Yan controlled the strange fire in 5 different places and began to refine the poison in Lian Er's body. Due to the different distribution of the poison force in each area, Xiao Yan needed to have a higher requirement when it came to controlling the strength of the heavenly flame. If he was the slightest bit careless, it was possible for him to harm Lian Er's body. Fortunately, with Xiao Yan's current strength, he could be considered an extremely powerful existence regardless of whether it was his spiritual strength or his flame-controlling skills. Controlling a heavenly flame to refine the poison might be an impossible task for others, but it was not much of a challenge for him. With a thought, the surging soul power between his eyebrows immediately surged out and split into 5 parts to control the strange fire in Lian Er's body. Next, it was a battle between the strange fire and the woeful poison body. The fierce flame emitted a high temperature as it began to wildly refine the 4 limbs that were filled with poison. It was even possible to see the spots of pale blue glow under Lian Er's skin. That was the heavenly flame that was currently refining the poison. Wherever a pale blue glow rose from the surface of Lian Er's body, it meant that the poison under her flesh had been completely dispersed by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Chi. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the poison that filled Lian Er's entire palm quickly melted away like ice in the face of fire. First, the poison that filled her fingertips quickly faded away, followed by her 5 fingers. Finally, it was her entire palm, her entire arm, and even her entire body. Of course, the process of expelling the poison was not as easy as Xiao Yan had imagined. The strength of the poison was far from what Xiao Yan had seen in the past. Although the heavenly flame was strong, the retaliation strength of the poison could not be underestimated. This time around, it took a total of 6 hours just to expel the poison that filled Lian Er's hands. The Genesis Qi within Xiao Yan's body was greatly exhausted. Even a few drops of sweat involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Even so, a portion of the poison hidden deep within Lian Er's bones still remained. The poison had been in Lian-er's body for many years, and it was already very good that it could be expelled to this extent in a few hours. But it would take more time to completely eradicate the poison. As for now, the most important thing was to expel the poison that had spread throughout Lian-er's body. Time passed little by little. In the end, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of the ice bed, while Bai Hua and Zhou Tai chose to leave the dark room after some hesitation. If they stayed, they would only interfere with Xiao Yan's expelling process. Only by leaving would he be able to use his full strength. There was no need to worry about the former's safety. After the two of them left, Xiao Yan remained alone in the dark room. This stay lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the entire process of expelling the poison was finally completed. Only then did Xiao Yan walk out of the dark room. However, his expression was not as comfortable as everyone had imagined when he was exposed under the sunlight. In the discussion hall of the Lu clan's residence, there was no one else besides the Lu clan's higher-ups. Xiao Yan sat on a chair with a tired face, and his expression was a little gloomy, as if he was somewhat disappointed. Bai Hua and Zhou Tai sat on the chairs on his left and right, while Clan Master Lu Huabai and First Elder Lu Xinqing sat opposite him. At this point, Bai Hua no longer hid anything from Lu Xinqing. Instead, she told him the whole story. When Lu Xinqing found out about it, although he was shocked by Lian-er's situation, he did not say much. He also knew that Bai Hua did not say anything because she was worried that the other members of the Lu clan would gossip. After all, the more people who knew about it, the more unnecessary trouble it would cause. Lu Xinqing had lived for many years, and he understood this principle. How is it? Has Lian-er's poison been cured? Besides Xiao Yan, Bai Hua saw the tiredness on Xiao Yan's face. Although she understood that Xiao Yan was tired, she still could not help but ask. Although the surrounding people were silent, they also stared at Xiao Yan with sighs. After all, Lian-er's matter was an extremely troublesome matter in the Lu clan. However, in the face of Bai Hua's somewhat impatient question, Xiao Yan was silent for a while, and then helplessly shook his head, sighed, and slowly said, "This matter is much more complicated than it was before. This matter is much more troublesome than I thought. With my current methods, I still can't completely remove the poison in Lian-er's body, even with the strange flame." "What, even the heavenly flame, can't do anything?" Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the people present immediately changed. Helplessness was mixed with unwillingness. They had painstakingly protected this girl for so many years. Could it be that this was the result they got in return? With regards to this, Xiao Yan's heart was also extremely helpless. He did not expect that the poison was so strong that it had already invaded Lian-er's spiritual origin. It was using Lian-er's spiritual origin to run amok in her body. It was also because of this that the thing seemed to have its own consciousness in Xiao Yan's probing. After 3 days of refining and expelling, although most of the poison had been expelled, there was still a portion of it that was entrenched in Lian-er's cyclone and spiritual origin. Xiao Yan was unable to touch it with his current methods. Even with Xiao Yan's spiritual energy, he was unable to pull it out. If he forcefully tried, Lian-er's spiritual origin would be destroyed before he could expel the poison. Then what should we do? Don't tell me that we have to leave Lian-er in that dark room forever. That girl has already suffered enough. Lu Huabai could not bear to say this. Although Lian-er was not related to him by blood, he had personally watched her grow up. It was really impossible for him to ignore her. Let's wait a little longer. I will temporarily use the heavenly flame to seal her cyclone. The poison will not spread for a short period of time. In addition, I will find someone. Perhaps she has a way to save Lian-er. With a long sigh, Xiao Yan once again spoke of hope just as the hope in their hearts was about to be extinguished. Chapter 1143. Just as Xiao Yan was filled with anticipation, Luo Jin and the others finally arrived outside Azure Sun City. Other than Luo Jin and Leng Bingshuang, there was also the heaven-reaching great ape and the narwhal snake. The others remained in the Shilin mountain range in case of any accidents. The sudden appearance of 3 returnince experts and a 9-star Do-D in the sky above Azure Sun City naturally attracted the attention of many people in the city. As the strongest organization in Azure Sun City, the Lu family naturally became extremely cautious the moment they appeared. However, when Xiao Yan sensed the familiar presences, a smile finally appeared on his pale face. Bai Hua's nervousness vanished when she saw this. The people in the hall slowly stood up. With Xiao Yan in the lead, they slowly walked out of the hall. Raising his head to look at the people in the sky, Xiao Yan gently smiled and said, "Come down. If you continue to stay in the sky like this, the people in the city will probably all run away." The Azure Sun City had already been through several battles and could no longer endure such an impact. Once experts descended, the only thing the people in the city could think of was to take everything they had and leave as quickly as possible. The sudden appearance of Leng Bingshuang and the others had already frightened many people in the city. Although the few people in the sky were somewhat at a loss when they heard Xiao Yan's words, they still swiftly descended when they saw the anxious faces of everyone in the city. They landed in the Lu clan's mansion. Only when everyone in the city sensed that there was no big battle between both parties did their anxious feelings gradually relax. The moment the few of them met, Leng Bingshuang immediately sensed the condition of Xiao Yan's body. She ignored the latter's objection and stepped forward to investigate. Only after she confirmed that Xiao Yan was fine did she relax. However, the expressions of the people in the surroundings became rather unnatural when they saw the rather ambiguous scene between the two of them. In particular, Zhou Tai's eyes immediately became filled with shock when he glanced past the 4 of them. He discovered that aside from a young black-robed person, the others were all origin transformation experts. In particular, the enchanting woman who was checking on Xiao Yan's condition was extremely powerful. She had already reached the peak of late origin transformation. She was probably only a step away from returnance. As for Luo Jin, Zhou Tai had known him for a long time, so there was no need to mention this. Zhou Tai was not surprised by his cultivation. Other than that, there was the bald man. Putting aside his tyrannical cultivation, he could actually feel a faint pressure from the latter's body. That kind of pressure was similar to his innate domineering aura. However, it was even more tyrannical and ferocious. Even he could not help but feel fear in his heart. Although the 9-star Do-D brat's cultivation seemed ordinary, he was definitely not a simple person since he could be with these people. However, the thing that caused Zhou Tai to feel the most surprised was that this group of people were all Xiao Yan's friends. The relationship between this woman in front of him and Xiao Yan went without saying. Why are all the people around this brat only at this level of cultivation? At this moment, even with Zhou Tai's mental fortitude, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. There was no need to describe the feelings of the surrounding people from the Lu clan. Since they were acquaintances, there was naturally no need to be overly courteous. However, before Xiao Yan could ask about the fairy doctor, Leng Bingshuang had already passed a jade slip to Xiao Yan. At the same time, Leng Bingshuang informed Xiao Yan that the fairy doctor had left alone after coming to the southern region with them. What? How could you let her leave alone? The factions in the southern region are complicated. With her current cultivation, if she were to meet with any mishap, it is because of this that she chose to leave. She did not want to be a burden to you. Without waiting for Xiao Yan's questioning voice to completely fall, Leng Bingshuang interrupted him. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was also immediately startled. No wonder the fairy doctor had been much less talkative recently. Even the expression in her eyes when she looked at him was a little uncomfortable. So this was the reason. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Everyone held their breaths and focused their minds. They did not dare to act recklessly, afraid that any external factors would lead to unpredictable consequences. Then why didn't you stop her? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Yan opened his mouth and weakly asked. If a person really wants to leave, you will definitely not be able to stop her. After pausing for a moment, Leng Bingshuang stared at Xiao Yan. Every word that came out of her mouth was like a nail that was nailed into his chest, causing his breathing to become increasingly hurried. Where did she go? I don't know. Which direction? Both of them lowered their heads, one asking and one answering. However, Leng Bingshuang fell into silence. She did not know whether she should say it or not. Would it be wrong or right to say it? Would it harm the fairy doctor or save the fairy doctor? Then what about herself? Leng Bingshuang did not know. Which direction did she go? Xiao Yan finally raised his head and stared at Xiao Yan. There was a suppressed emotion in the depths of his eyes that was rioting. When Leng Bingshuang met his gaze, she could not help but recall the way Xiao Yan looked at her. It seemed to be the same. This gaze made it impossible for her to refute. South. Her red lips parted slightly as Leng Bingshuang spat out a word with her beautiful eyes. However, in the next moment, the ground in the hall instantly exploded and the roof was instantly destroyed by a terrifying force. Xiao Yan's body shot out into the sky like an arrow and rushed towards the direction where Luo Jin and the rest came from. Xiao Yan, now that you have become a true expert and there are people like Leng Bingshuang who are willing to give their hearts to you, my existence has already become a burden to you. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid that I will only cause you more trouble. So, goodbye. I want to go and train alone. If possible, I hope that the next time we meet, I can still stand in front of you like before. Hearing the familiar voice of the fairy doctor in his mind, Xiao Yan's hands tightly clenched into a ball. His body shook violently and his charging figure became much faster. Fairy doctor, wait for me. I will definitely bring you back. At the same time, in a certain mountain forest in the southern region, the fairy doctor expressionlessly walked towards the south. She had heard that the southern region had a teleportation formation that could lead to the central region. Through there, she could reach the central region. She believed that only in the central region would she be able to increase her cultivation in the shortest amount of time. This was the only way for her to become stronger and help Xiao Yan. However, at the same time that the little fairy doctor arrived at the mountain forest, another person coincidentally discovered her tracks. Chapter 1144. At this moment, the little fairy doctor, who was wearing a long white dress, was slowly walking forward with an absent-minded expression in a boundless mountain forest in the southern region. The faint aura that was being emitted from her body caused the magic beasts in the forest to not dare to easily approach her. Hence, her journey was considered peaceful. The little fairy doctor's heart was reluctant to leave Xiao Yan and head to the middle region alone. However, no matter how reluctant she was, she had to choose to leave in order to not bring trouble to Xiao Yan and to not become a burden to him. The enemies that Xiao Yan was currently facing were becoming increasingly powerful. Her Do-Di cultivation alone was no longer sufficient to provide him with any substantial help. The little fairy doctor needed to find an even greater strength in order to truly help Xiao Yan. As she thought in this way, the little fairy doctor's mind involuntarily recalled the days when she was with Xiao Yan in the Black Corner region and the Central Plains. At that time, the opponents that they faced were similarly incomparably powerful. However, at the very least, she was able to be of help to Xiao Yan. Now, however, all of this was too far away from her. Perhaps, in the near future, she would once again be able to stand in front of Xiao Yan with the attitude of a strong person and shock the crowd on his behalf. However, while the little fairy doctor was daydreaming in her heart, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe was standing on top of a tree a few thousand feet away from her in the mountain forest. His eyes peered through the countless number of gaps and stared at the listless little fairy doctor. The corner of his thin mouth was lifted into a cold smile. He did not expect that he would actually meet her here after leaving the western region. He also did not expect that the little fairy doctor would actually appear here. If Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were present at this moment, they, who were quite familiar with the latter's appearance, would definitely be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was Zhang Yi, who had destroyed the teleportation formation in Lingchui City. His true identity was a member of the Ghost Hall. The little fairy doctor. I remember that she is called by this name. She is one of Xiao Yan's people. A 3-star Do-Di. No wonder she would appear here. Her cultivation has actually broken through. The corners of Zhang Yi's eyes could not help but curl up. Being able to meet the little fairy doctor here was simply a gift from the heavens. If he was able to capture the little fairy doctor, the higher-ups would definitely reward him quite a lot. At that time, his current 9-star Do-D cultivation would be able to advance another step. On the other side, Xiao Yan, who was traveling at full speed, swallowed a lot of elixirs and replenished the Genesis Chi he had consumed. He had already activated the Sky Extinction Step and Wing Elephant Art to their limits, and even used the Great Tao of the Void. In just half an hour, he had arrived near the ancient wilderness city from Qingyang City. Relying on his vast soul energy, Xiao Yan could vaguely sense the remnant aura that the fairy doctor had left behind in this place. Following this trace of aura, Xiao Yan immediately determined the direction in which the fairy doctor had left. While the heavenly flame in the vortex frantically refined the pills, streams of modeled Genesis Chi continued to circulate through the meridians throughout his body. His speed increased to the maximum, and his figure disappeared like a bolt of lightning, disappearing 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. Swish, the fairy doctor, who was slowly walking forward, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She had clearly heard a strange sound coming from the surrounding leaves, as if something was approaching her. While uneasiness rose in her heart, the little fairy doctor quietly circulated the Do-Chi in her body. Her lily-white hands gently waved under the cover of her sleeves, and the air around her began to circulate in an imperceptible manner. A faint fragrance rapidly spread around the little fairy doctor. TSK TSK TSK. Little fairy doctor, shouldn't you currently be in the western region? It is unexpected that you have actually come here alone. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan does not appear to be by your side. Did you leave alone? Suddenly, a strange laughter was emitted from the forest beside them. Even the air vibrated slightly. The sharp and unpleasant voice caused one to feel uncontrollably scared. The expression on the fairy doctor's beautiful face instantly changed when she heard this voice. The Do-Chi in her body instantly surged out of her body and shrouded her body. At the same time that she raised her hands, her beautiful eyes swiftly scanned the surrounding environment, remaining alert at all times. Swish swish swish, suddenly, a human figure flickered in front of the little fairy doctor like a ghost. In the end, it stopped around 20 feet away from the little fairy doctor. The little fairy doctor did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent when she saw the face opposite her that could be considered upright. She did not need to think too much to be certain of the other party's identity. You're from the Ghost Hall. TSK TSK TSK, we are all old friends. Why is there a need to be so cautious? I really did not expect that I would actually meet Xiao Yan's woman in this deep forest. If I were to pass the news of you being in our hands to Xiao Yan, I wonder if he would go crazy because of it. TSK 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 TSK, Zhang Yi parted his mouth and smiled. That smile appeared somewhat ferocious and terrifying. Hearing this, the little fairy doctor lowered her eyelids. An extremely cold expression surfaced in her beautiful eyes. However, there was an even greater seriousness in her heart. This fellow was able to approach her without her noticing. This already indicated that the other party's cultivation was far above hers. If she did not take the opportunity to escape and was captured by him, it would only cause endless trouble for Xiao Yan. It won't be so easy to capture me. The little fairy doctor's eyes swiftly swept over the surrounding environment. After choosing a direction, her mouth immediately emitted a low cry. Her delicate jade-like fingers swiftly formed a seal. At the same time, the elegant fragrance that had spread around her body earlier suddenly began to churn in the next instant. It transformed into a large purple-colored poison fog. In the blink of an eye, it covered nearly 1,000 feet of the mountain forest. In an instant, the forest that was covered by the poison fog had completely transformed into a barren swamp. Wave after wave of dense poison gas floated in the air. Those below the cultivation level of a Do-D were unable to step into this place. The little fairy doctor swiftly flew out of the poison fog while this mountain forest was covered by the poison fog. As for Zhang Yi, although he was covered by the poison fog, it could temporarily block his sight. However, the little fairy doctor clearly understood that this was only for a short period of time. She needed to use this short period of time to swiftly escape from this place. Just as the little fairy doctor had predicted, Zhang Yi, who was unaware of the little fairy doctor's attack, did not have any time to react before he was covered by the poison fog. Regardless of whether it was his sight or spiritual perception, they were all blocked for a short period of time. He was unable to find the little fairy doctor's exact location. Bang! However, the little fairy doctor still missed a trick. After all, the other party was a 9-star Do-D. Relying on his powerful cultivation, Zhang Yi borrowed the energy storm that was created when his Do-Chi erupted and completely swept away the poison fog in the shortest amount of time. After which, his gaze swiftly turned and saw the little fairy doctor who had not run far. Trying to run. In your dreams. A low cry sounded. The Do-Chi within Zhang Yi's body swiftly surged. His feet immediately stepped on empty air. The space under his feet shattered as Zhang Yi's body caught up with the little fairy doctor, who was swiftly fleeing. At this moment, the little fairy doctor's heart involuntarily sank after discovering that her poison fog did not have any effect. The Do-Chi within her body circulated wildly without caring about anything as she attempted to make a final struggle. However, the result was her neck being grabbed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi exerted a little force with his wrist and the Do-Chi within the little fairy doctor's body immediately came to a stop. Her entire body was lifted by Zhang Yi. Do you think that you can escape from my palm with just your strength? You should obediently follow me back to receive your reward. Zhang Yi coldly laughed. The force on his wrist gradually increased. However, in the next instant, bang! A black figure was as fast as a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it cut through the sky. The hand that was still grabbing the little fairy doctor's wrist a moment ago immediately released it. Her entire body suddenly disappeared in midair. The little fairy doctor's body was gently hugged by a pair of hands the moment she landed. When she raised her eyes, the person that the little fairy doctor saw was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Chapter 1145. Xiao Yan. The fairy doctor could not help but exclaim. The little fairy doctor involuntarily let out a soft cry of surprise. The moment Zhang Yi grabbed her neck, she was already prepared to die. However, she did not expect Xiao Yan to rush over at this critical moment. Moreover, he had once again saved her. You are so silly. Who told you that you are a burden to me? You have never been a burden to me. No matter what you become, you are my responsibility. Xiao Yan lowered his head and looked at the fairy doctor, who was close to him. His tired face could not help but reveal a touch of tenderness. There was a hint of reproach in his gentle eyes, as if he was blaming her for leaving him like this. When the fairy doctor heard Xiao Yan's words, a bright red color immediately surfaced on her pale face. This was especially so when Xiao Yan's breath landed on her delicate face. It was as though she had been grilled by fire, causing her entire face to appear incomparably red. Subsequently, Xiao Yan gently let go of the fairy doctor as the beauty in his arms struggled slightly. Then, he looked down at the forest below and saw Zhang Yi, who had been smashed deep into the ground by the dark heavy buster sword. After receiving Xiao Yan's blow, even with Zhang Yi's cultivation, Xiao Yan believed that even if Zhang Yi did not die, he would at least have a few broken ribs. Cough, cough, cough. After a few violent coughs, Zhang Yi, who was in the deep pit, endured the intense pain in his body and climbed up. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the huge black ruler that was inserted diagonally into the ground beside him. His emotions immediately became tense. How is this possible? I have been following her for so long. I clearly made sure that no one was following her before I made my move. Why did this guy come the moment I made my move? Zhang Yi's old face involuntarily twitched. How could he have imagined that the period of time when he did not act just in case had coincidentally given Xiao Yan enough time to catch up? Could it be that this guy has been following the fairy doctor all this time with the purpose of luring me into a trap? With that thought in mind, Zhang Yi became even more terrified. If that was the case, he would be the one in danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi did not dare to stay any longer. He endured the pain in his body and ran away. Boom! However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's body descended from the sky like a ghost and landed heavily. Both of his feet violently stomped on the ground in front of Zhang Yi. The terrifying force caused the ground around the both of them to sink. Zhang Yi felt as though his heart was trembling violently at this moment. His face instantly turned green and white. Xiao Yan casually waved his hand, and the dark heavy buster sword, which was inserted into the ground not far away, quickly flew into his hand. He gently swung the buster sword, and the tip of the buster sword slanted to the ground. The wind pressure turned into a whirlwind that surrounded the buster sword, raising dust and fog all over the ground. Xiao Yan did not speak, nor did he make a move, but Zhang Yi's back was drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Yi, although Xiao Yan already knew Zhang Yi's identity, he still spoke faintly. Zhang Yi could not help but feel a little happy when he heard this. He quickly laughed dryly and said, Hee, so it's brother Xiao Yan. I didn't expect that after we parted in Green Jade City, boom. However, before Zhang Yi could finish his words, an indescribably powerful force instantly penetrated his lungs. The wide buster sword ruthlessly bombarded his chest, and the robes on his chest and back were instantly shattered. His entire chest caved in an instant, and Zhang Yi's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. You should never have had any ideas about her. Boom! Xiao Yan's arm shook gently the moment the soft words sounded from his mouth. An extremely powerful force immediately spat out from the huge ruler and sent Zhang Yi's body flying into the sky. Swoosh! Although there was still fatigue on his face, Xiao Yan's attack was extremely fierce. It was as overbearing as a long spear, constantly piercing through the sky. Zhang Yi's body was like a sandbag, being mercilessly bombarded by Xiao Yan in the most overbearing way. In the end, the buster sword heavily smashed Zhang Yi's body from top to bottom. With a bang, Zhang Yi's body once again smashed into the forest below, like a pile of mud, lying motionless on the ground. Immediately, Xiao Yan returned to the little fairy doctor's side. After consuming a couple of medicinal pills, he grabbed the latter's wrist with one hand and flew in the direction of Qingyang City. Along the way, the words that Xiao Yan had said to her earlier floated in the little fairy doctor's mind. You have never been a burden to me. No matter what you become, you are my responsibility. On the way back to the Green Sun City, the two of them took nearly 6 hours. By the time they reached the Green Sun City, it was already late at night. In the entire Lu family, only Leng Bingshuang, Bai Hua, and the others were waiting. When they saw that the two of them had returned safely, the worries in their hearts were put to rest. Only Leng Bingshuang could not help but feel wronged when she saw Xiao Yan holding the fairy doctor's wrist. However, when she saw Xiao Yan's tired face, she did not say anything. This night, the entire Lu clan could be considered quiet. Only Leng Bingshuang and the little fairy doctor, who were in different rooms, had somewhat complicated emotions. As for Xiao Yan, after being tired for a few days and nights, in addition to today's crazy journey, his mental strength could no longer be exhausted. The moment he lay on the bed, he could not help but fall into a deep sleep. There was no need to even mention thinking about anything else. The next day, after everyone had rested for the night and woke up, Xiao Yan hurriedly led the fairy doctor into the secret room once again. He believed that the fairy doctor, who also possessed the woeful poison body, would definitely be able to think of a way to save Lian Er. After the fairy doctor heard about Lian Er's matter, she naturally understood that this was no small matter. She immediately headed to the secret room with Xiao Yan. Behind them, Leng Bingshuang and the rest also followed curiously, wanting to find out what was going on. Of course, they were more curious about the legendary woeful poison body that had completely erupted. This was especially so for Leng Bingshuang. She herself possessed an extreme Yin body. Until now, she had yet to understand just how frightening this constitution was. Now that she was able to personally witness the complete eruption of the woeful poison body, she naturally felt a little impatient in her heart. However, after the fairy doctor roughly checked the condition of Lian Er's body, the expression on her face was not what Xiao Yan had initially imagined. Even with the fairy doctor's understanding of poison, she could not help but feel troubled in her heart when faced with Lian Er's current condition. However, the fairy doctor suddenly raised her own opinion while everyone was feeling confused and helpless in their hearts. Chapter 1146. Both of them possessed the woeful poison body. The little fairy doctor should have the means to save Lian Er when faced with such a situation. However, the biggest problem they were currently facing was that Lian Er's spiritual origin had already been invaded by the poison. In other words, there were two completely different consciousnesses in Lian Er's current body. If he continued to use ordinary methods to deal with this matter, the chances of Lian Er being harmed would greatly increase. If he wanted to help Lian Er suppress the woeful poison body, the first thing he needed to do now was to cleanse Lian Er's infected soul origin. Cleansing one's spiritual origin was something that could be easily done with the help of the heavenly flame. However, it was not so easy to do so at the moment. The spiritual origin was the foundation of a person. If Lian Er was not willing, others would not be able to safely expel the poison that had invaded her. However, Lian Er was currently unconscious. In her unconscious state, she was unable to make any decision. Lian Er's spiritual origin had already completely fallen under the control of the poison. If Xiao Yan were to forcefully refine it, he would only waste the pure spiritual origin energy. This would still harm Lian Er. There had to be a way to get rid of the poison without harming any of the pure soul origin. Core body transforming milk. Not long after the little fairy doctor spoke until this point, the eyes of Xiao Yan, who was frowning and pondering, immediately brightened. If this was the case, then there was indeed an item in his mind that could cleanse one's spiritual origin. Not only that, this item could also allow one to be reborn and cleanse one's muscles and marrow. Its effect was so mysterious that it could be said to be heaven-defying. After using it, even a person with ordinary training talent would be able to become a cultivation genius. It was a heaven-defying and fate-changing ability. This core body transforming milk had two predecessors. It was called the core body boosting milk and the core quenching body milk. Although their names were similar, their ages were different and their effects were also very different. Xiao Yan clearly remembered that he was fortunate enough to use the core quenching body milk back at the Jia Nan Academy. His heart involuntarily sighed when he recalled it now. Core body transforming milk. Right, how could I have forgotten? That thing is said to have the ability to defy the heavens and change one's fate. It's capable of cleansing one's meridians and marrows, and it's capable of cleansing all impurities. With that thing, we'll surely be able to expel the poison within this little girl's body. A bright light immediately flashed across Zhou Tai's face when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Clearly, he was also extremely clear about the strength of the core body transformation milk. Only after Zhou Tai spat out these words did everyone present come to an understanding one after another. At the same time, an even greater yearning for the so-called core body transformation milk appeared in their hearts. Just think about it. If everyone present was able to obtain a portion of the core body transformation milk, wouldn't there be an additional batch of top experts in this world from now on? At that time, it would no longer be a fool's dream to roam the continent unhindered. Of course, the first step, the geocentric body milk, was already an extravagant hope for them. However, even if we have a way to save Lian, now, where are we going to find this geocentric body transformation milk? It's impossible to find such a precious treasure so easily. However, immediately after, Lu Xincheng threw out the most difficult question for everyone present. Indeed, they had found a way to save Lian Er. However, where were they going to find the most important geocentric body transformation milk? If they were unable to find the geocentric body transformation milk, then wouldn't everything that they had said at this moment be useless? No, perhaps. I know where it is. Just as everyone was feeling troubled in their hearts, Luo Jin suddenly stood up and looked at Xiao Yan with a confident smile. When the latter saw this, his heart was immediately filled with joy. Since Luo Jin was able to say these words, this matter could almost be confirmed. At the same time, Leng Bingshuang and the little fairy doctor, who were standing by the side, looked at each other and their slightly raised state of mind relaxed. Currently, regardless of whether it was the little fairy doctor or Leng Bingshuang, they had unconsciously placed all their thoughts on Xiao Yan. Their mood would also change according to Xiao Yan's state of mind. However, Leng Bingshuang seemed to have never noticed this change. Old Zhou, as an elder of the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance, you should also know about the matter of the three sects of the Southern Region. When the gazes of the few people present landed on Luo Jin, the latter nodded gently. Immediately, he looked at Zhou Tai and laughed softly for some reason. Hiss, you are talking about those three factions? They are not to be trifled with. Even the Alchemist Alliance has to give them some face. Don't tell me that this geocentric body transformation milk is related to them. Zhou Tai's expression slightly changed when he heard Luo Jin's words. Fear involuntarily flowed out from his eyes. Clearly, even with his temperament, he could not help but feel a sense of pressure in his heart towards the three sections. Although the others could imagine the feeling of being like a huge monster in the face of Zhou Tai's somewhat vague words, they could not help but be curious. However, what Xiao Yan was most concerned about was the news regarding the geocentric body transformation milk. As for whether these three factions were large or not, that was a matter for later. As long as he was able to obtain the geocentric body transformation milk and help Lian Er suppress the woeful poison body, Xiao Yan had nothing to fear regardless of what faction he faced. The geocentric body transformation milk is not to the extent that it is related to them. It is just that my father once made a deal with them and helped me exchange for the geocentric body transformation milk. Although that was already a very long time ago, if we use other items to exchange with them, we might still have a chance to obtain it. Luo Jin smiled faintly. However, when these words entered the ears of the people present, it caused them to feel a little uncomfortable. The geocentric body transformation milk was such a natural treasure. It was unexpected that Luo Jin had already consumed it a long time ago. It was no wonder that this fellow's cultivation talent was so frightening. However, when the people present looked at Xiao Yan again and compared the two, their hearts were even more shocked. Luo Jin's cultivation talent was already so shocking after consuming the geocentric body transformation milk. If it was Xiao Yan who had not consumed the geocentric body transformation milk, just how shocking would the result be? Then, where exactly is this geocentric body transformation milk? The most crucial question had finally been posed. Now that they knew the method to obtain the geocentric body transformation milk, the most important thing now was to know its exact location. Old Zhou, let me ask you. Which faction is the strongest among the three factions? Luo Jin smiled faintly and looked at Zhou Tai once again. You mean, when Luo Jin's words left his mouth, the expression in Zhou Tai's eyes immediately turned serious. He immediately knew the answer in his heart. Chapter 1147. You are talking about the Burning Flame Valley? Zhou Tai's heart was slightly startled. The thoughts in his mind swiftly rotated. A moment later, he finally understood. No wonder the Burning Flame Valley was able to become the strongest among the three sects of the southern region. There was indeed a reason behind this. Cuckoo, that's right. It is the Burning Flame Valley. Luo Jin nodded. He sighed softly and continued speaking. According to what I know, the Burning Flame Valley had a cave for the core body transformation milk when it was first established. It is because of this and the powerful cultivation of their valley chief that they were able to swiftly establish themselves in the southern region until now. The reason why the Burning Flame Valley was able to grow into the strongest faction among the three sects is because of this core body transformation milk. Luo Jin's face was filled with surprise as he spoke. The few people around were engrossed in listening. Only Xiao Yan's face revealed a shocked expression. Even his entire body shook. The Burning Flame Valley. This familiar name. It was unexpected that he would actually hear it once again in this foreign continent. He did not know if this was a coincidence or if there was really some special reason. By the side, the little fairy doctor's pretty face also revealed a trace of surprise as she looked at Luo Jin. In her heart, she also did not expect that she would actually once again hear the name of the Burning Flame Valley in this place. I remember that my ancestor had once said that the Burning Flame Valley had once produced an elite Do Di when it was at its strongest. Looking at it now, there might really be some kind of connection between the two. Xiao Yan, who had recovered, immediately recalled the words that Xiao Xian had once said to him back then. The Burning Flame Valley had once produced a Do Di class expert when it was at its peak. Back then, the Burning Flame Valley was one of the top 5 factions in the Doqi continent. If everything was as Xiao Yan thought in his heart, this time around, he could finally be considered to have met someone from the same hometown. Brother Luo Jin, how much do you know about this Burning Flame Valley? Just as Luo Jin was speaking frankly to everyone, Xiao Yan's words interrupted him. Everyone's gazes instantly gathered onto Xiao Yan like a spotlight. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Luo Jin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Although Xiao Yan's question didn't sound abnormal, the degree of attention he received surprised him. The 3 sects of the southern region were the 3 great superpowers. Logically speaking, Xiao Yan should know all of them. However, he was only talking about the Burning Flame Valley. Even if this was related to the geocentric body elixir, with Xiao Yan's cautious character, he should not have asked such a question. However, although there were some suspicions in his heart, Luo Jin did not think too much about it. He believed in Xiao Yan and believed in his choice even more. Since he only asked about the Burning Flame Valley, it meant that this matter was more important to him than the other 2. Naturally, there was no need to ask further. After that, Luo Jin told Xiao Yan everything he knew about the Burning Flame Valley. The Burning Flame Valley had been established a long time ago and there was no way to investigate it. However, one thing was certain. The appearance of the Burning Flame Valley was extremely sudden. According to Luo Jin, before the Burning Flame Valley was established, there was no information about its valley master in the southern region. This person seemed to have jumped out of thin air. Everything about him was unknown. However, it was known that this person's cultivation was extremely deep and his control over flames was especially shocking. Although he was not an alchemist, it was likely that even some high-tier alchemists would not be able to compare with his ability to control flames. By relying on his own cultivation, the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley possessed a frightening fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation. Under the same level, there was almost no one who was a match for him. Even if his opponent's cultivation was stronger than his, he also had the ability to fight. The flames all over his body were different from ordinary illusionary flames. Its might was extremely ferocious and overbearing. Over the many years, the Burning Flame Valley had established itself in the southern region. Although the geocentric body elixir had created countless disciples with outstanding talent, the powerful fighting strength of the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley was the true foundation of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Yan's heart became a little more confident about the identity of the Valley Chief of the Burning Flame Valley after hearing all of this. Putting aside the fact that his flames were ferocious and overbearing, just based on his ability to control flames, if he were to control heavenly flames for a long time, it would be incomparably easy for him to control ordinary flames. In addition to his sudden appearance, all of these verified the guess in Xiao Yan's heart. What is the name of the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley? After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Yan still asked this question that he should not be able to obtain an answer to. Being a grandmaster, there might be quite a number of people who knew his name in the southern region. However, if he were to ask for his name, it was likely that even Luo Jin would not know. I am not too sure about this. The people of the southern region call him Ancestor Burning Sky. As for his real name, I do not know. However, I seem to have heard my grandfather mention that Ancestor Burning Sky's surname seems to be Tang. Tang! A glint immediately surged into Xiao Yan's eyes after Luo Jin's words sounded. The Valley Chief of the Burning Flame Valley on the Doqi continent, Tang Zhen, was surnamed Tang. In this way, his heart was 70% certain that this Ancestor Burning Sky was the elite Do Di who had appeared in the Burning Flame Valley on the Doqi continent. The relationship between the Burning Flame Valley and the Shao clan was extremely close. With this layer of relationship, it should be much easier for him to obtain the geocentric body elixir. Shao Yan's face immediately revealed a joyous expression when he thought of this. Since this was the case, all he needed to do next was to hurry to the Burning Flame Valley and obtain the geocentric body elixir. Lian Air could be considered to be saved. After confirming the method to resolve Lian Air's condition, the pressure in Shao Yan's heart immediately disappeared. Even the mood of everyone around him had become much better. Immediately, Shao Yan once again deepened the restriction on Lian Air's body. After which, everyone withdrew from the dark room. When this group of people appeared in the courtyard of the Lu clan together, all the members of the Lu clan hurriedly bowed respectfully to them. This was especially the case when some of the men of the Lu clan saw the little fairy doctor and Lingbing Shuang. All of their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. However, they hurriedly withdrew it in the blink of an eye. Lu Huabai and Lu Xincheng involuntarily felt somewhat helpless in their hearts when faced with this. They could only laugh dryly on behalf of these men who had lost face. After which, they followed everyone and walked into the courtyard. However, it was also at this moment that an agile and lovely figure suddenly ran over from an unknown place and appeared in front of everyone present. When the gazes of Shao Yan's group swept over and saw this person, the originally calm face of Lingbing Shuang within the crowd suddenly stiffened. The expression within her pretty eyes was also instantly startled. This was because the person who had arrived was Murong Qianqian. Qianqian. Due to the successive events that had happened in the past few days, everyone did not have the time to take care of this girl. They were busy everywhere and could only rest today. However, what Lingbing Shuang did not expect was that Murong Qianqian would actually appear here. Back then, she had personally seen this girl reveal such a sad expression for Shao Yan. In her heart, she knew that this girl Qianqian had some feelings for Shao Yan. However, right now, she and Shao Yan had already. And it just so happened that Murong Qianqian had actually appeared in the Lu clan's residence at this time. This time, once the sisters met, how was she going to explain the relationship between them to Qianqian? However, just as Lingbing Shuang was feeling anxious and did not know what to do, she was shocked to see Murong Qianqian actually taking large strides and throwing herself into the embrace of Bai Hua, who was beside Shao Yan. Her two arms tightly wrapped around the latter's waist. Her face was filled with joy, showing the attitude of a little girl. This. Why is this girl? Lingbing Shuang's heart was slightly startled. She did not expect that Murong Qianqian's target was not Shao Yan, but Bai Hua, who was beside him. In the next instant, just as Lingbing Shuang was in a daze, she was pulled to the front by Shao Yan, who had been observing her. His other hand circled around her waist and tightly hugged Lingbing Shuang in his embrace. What, are you afraid of being seen by your sister and getting jealous? Shao Yan curled his lips and smiled. Taking advantage of the time when Lingbing Shuang regained her senses, he gently kissed the latter's snow-white face. When she regained her senses, her cheeks immediately became boiling hot. Only then did she quickly struggle free from Shao Yan's embrace. Behind them, the little fairy doctor looked at the two pairs in front of her. Although the corner of her lips still hung a smile, it seemed so bitter. Chapter 1148. In the guest hall, everyone took their seats. After chatting with each other for a while, Lingbing Shuang came to know that after Murong Qianqian left the clan, she had come here alone. After that, under the care of Bai Hua, she had stayed in the Lu clan. After these years, Murong Qianqian and Bai Hua had developed a deeper relationship with each other. Lingbing Shuang could not help but feel astonished in her heart. She did not expect that the good feelings that the little girl had for Shao Yan back then would develop into this. While this caused Lingbing Shuang to feel astonished in her heart, she also unconsciously rejoiced. If it was not for this, it was likely that more trouble would have arisen between her and Murong Qianqian. Thinking of this, Lingbing Shuang's heart suddenly jumped. She did not know why, but everything related to Shao Yan seemed to make her unconsciously nervous. Even her own mood would change along with Shao Yan. In her heart, Xiao Yan's position seemed to have become more and more unusual. Hee, Sister Bingshuang, I did not expect that you would actually be together with Xiao Yan. Weren't you quite cold to him back then? So it was all an act. In the hall, Murong Qianqian could not be bothered to listen to the boring conversation between the group of men. She ran behind Leng Bingshuang, bent down and hugged Leng Bingshuang, who was sitting on a chair in front of her. Her charming red lips were close to Leng Bingshuang's pink ears. The playful words from her mouth caused Leng Bingshuang's cheeks to turn red. She could not help but turn her head and snort softly. She extended her hand and was about to pinch Murong Qianqian's willowy waist, but was dodged by the latter. Hee, Sister Bingshuang, do you often treat Xiao Yan like this? The naughty laughter entered Leng Bingshuang's ears, causing her face to reveal embarrassment and anger. She slapped the girl's soft chest, causing the latter to immediately cry out in surprise. Her body also rapidly retreated. At the same time, Leng Bingshuang's red cheeks could not help but reveal a playful smile. Soon after, the two sisters once again played together. On the other side, Xiao Yan, Luo Jin, and the others continued to discuss the matter of the geocentric body milk. According to what I know, the core body transforming milk can only be formed once every 50 years. I wonder if the core body transforming milk still exists in the current Burning Flame Valley. While everyone was discussing, Luo Jin threw another heavy bomb at everyone present. Hearing this, quite a number of people present revealed a contemplative expression as they nodded their heads. It was indeed not bad. The core body transforming milk was originally a rare treasure of the world. The environmental conditions needed to form it were especially harsh. It was already not easy to form a drop of core body transforming milk in 50 years. If they missed the opportunity to form the core body transforming milk because of this, it could only be said to be the will of the heavens. When Luo Jin said this, the hearts of everyone present sank slightly. The little flame of hope that had just been ignited in their hearts couldn't help but waver. Ah, if that's the case, then perhaps we haven't missed the opportunity. While everyone was in deep thought, Zhou Tai opened his mouth once again. With a single sentence, he successfully attracted the gazes of everyone present. After I entered the Alchemist Alliance, I have some understanding of the 3 sects of the southern region. I have seen it in a sect scroll. Every 25 years, the Burning Flame Valley will have a grand event within the sect. It is their great sect competition. This great sect competition is divided into 2 parts. One part is the competition between the top disciples of the sect, while the other part is the competition between the elders of the sect. The Burning Sky Ancestor will choose one person from each of these people to obtain a reward personally given by the ancestor. As for what exactly it is, no one knows. However, from what I think, if our luck isn't bad, that reward might be the core body transforming milk. The nearest great sect competition to us will be in 2 months. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin instantly looked at each other. The expression in their eyes was the same. Approximately how long will it take to travel from Qingyang City to the Burning Flame Valley? With our group, we can reach there in at most half a month. Half a month, huh? Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although he could not be certain that this great sect competition was related to the core body transforming milk, he could only make such arrangements since things had developed to this point. The matter with the Sea Cloud Palace had yet to be completely settled. If they were to leave at this moment, Qingyang City would definitely be in danger if the Sea Cloud Palace were to make a comeback. Hence, it was best for them to stay here before they hurried to the Burning Flame Valley. In the next few days, Qingyang City became much more peaceful. Perhaps it was due to the big battle a few days ago, but the human flow in Qingyang City did not decrease. Instead, it increased. This was especially so when quite a number of people in the city learned that the Lu clan had defeated the palace master of the Sea Cloud Palace. The voices of the people in the city toward the Lu clan grew even louder. There were even quite a number of factions from nearby cities that had hurried over in their carriages and gathered in front of the Lu clan's mansion. Their flattering appearances caused one to involuntarily laugh coldly. Usually, These fellows would guard their own territories and would never have any involvement with the Lu clan. They were afraid that the Sea Cloud Palace would find trouble with them. Now that they saw that the palace master of the Sea Cloud Palace had suffered at the hands of the Lu clan, all of them immediately rushed over to flatter him. They would either respectfully agree or complain. There were even some who were willing to lower themselves and scold him in order to show their loyalty. Moreover, looking at their practiced manner, it was likely that they had done such things many times before. The hearts of the members of the Lu clan might be filled with disdain toward these fellows who were adding flowers to the brocade and even wished to kick them. However, they were still stopped by Xiao Yan. Not only did he not shut them out, he had even set up a couple of large courtyards to receive these fellows. Throughout the day, the Lu clan had received quite a number of treasures. Regardless of whether it was high-class qi methods or dou techniques, precious medicinal pills, or some rare and unique treasures that were rarely seen, all of them had been collected by the Lu clan this time around. The valuable treasures in the entire courtyard were piled up into a mountain. These things added together were several times more than the Lu clan's annual profit. According to Xiao Yan's words, going against these people could be understood as being smart. However, if they couldn't go against these treasures, they could only be described as being stupid. Since there were people who were sending money to their doorstep, it would be a waste to not accept it. There was no need to be polite with these fellows. Since they were already here, they naturally had to put down the things before leaving. With these financial support, the overall strength of the Lu clan would likely be able to rise to a new level. While the Qingyang city was boldly collecting the wealth from all over the place, in the Sea Cloud Palace, a resentful Fu Yulong once again met the person who had come here before. Wu Kuei. Humph, are you satisfied now? There is more than one expert in the Qingyang city. There is a brat who possesses a heavenly flame. Even I have to be extremely cautious when dealing with him. His name is Xiao Yan, isn't it? Chapter 1149. In the dimly lit hall, Fu Yulong stared at the figure below the stage with his head lowered with a dark expression. His words were filled with dissatisfaction. The difficulty of this matter had far exceeded his expectations. He had never thought that even the people of the Alchemist Alliance would participate. If this continued, it would not benefit his Sea Cloud Palace at all. If it was possible, he definitely did not wish to clash with Xiao Yan's group again. An opponent like that was just too terrifying. He possessed such terrifying battle prowess as an origin transformation expert. Once he reached returnance, even he would not be his opponent. However, when he heard Wu Kuei's words, Fu Yulong's eyes immediately became slightly sluggish. He immediately raised his head and stared at the figure below the stage. Are you following me? I'm not interested. It's just that the person you're talking about just happens to be the person the higher-ups are looking for. If you can capture him, it'll be a great merit. Wu Kuei did not care about what Fu Yulong had said at all. Fu Yulong's face could not help but twitch when he heard that. He cursed inside. If he could capture him, would he still be sulking here? If you want a reward, go get it yourself. I'm not in the mood to play with you right now. Fu Yulong unwillingly cursed inside. He stood up and waved his sleeves, turning around to leave. Fu Yulong, you should think this through clearly. As long as you can capture Xiao Yan, I guarantee that your cultivation will definitely be raised to the Yuan King class. If you are able to hand over all the people who are still alive, you might even be able to obtain an even greater reward. Are you really unwilling? Wu Kuei took a step forward and called out to Fu Yulong in a hurry. However, Fu Yulong suddenly turned his head and scoffed. Don't talk to me about such unrealistic things. Am I supposed to provoke the Alchemist Alliance for Origin King strength? You don't fear him, but I still want to keep my life. Before he had even finished speaking, Fu Yulong was about to leave. Wu Kuei's face could not help but change slightly. He knew that he could not use a soft approach now, so he immediately snorted coldly. Fu Yulong, you have to understand that if you're not willing today, then before the Alchemist Alliance can deal with you, someone will come knocking on your door. Fu Yulong's footsteps suddenly paused. Seeing this, Wu Kuei hurriedly continued. You should know that those people are 100 times more terrifying than the Alchemist Alliance. Fu Yulong's throat involuntarily rolled a few times. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and even his body trembled uncontrollably. When he turned around, his eyes quickly swept across the hall. After confirming that there was no one else here, he secretly sighed in relief. There's no need to look for him. There's no one else here. For some unknown reason, that fellow should have met me a few days ago, but he still hasn't appeared. I don't know if he was delayed by something, or if something really happened. It's better if he dies. Fu Yulong said coldly, venting the anger in his heart. In response, Wu Kuei sneered and said, You'd better not hope for such a thing to happen. Once he dies, the higher-ups will send someone stronger than him here. At that time, I'm afraid you'll have an even harder time. Since he didn't come, then this matter, I've already reported Xiao Yan's situation to the higher-ups. They will send reinforcements tomorrow. As for that fellow, there's no need to wait for him. Once our men arrive, we will immediately rush to Qingyang City. Without waiting for Fu Yulong to finish speaking, Wu Kuei gave the order without the slightest bit of courtesy in the face of the former's ashen face. Humph, there's no need for you to look at me like you want to eat me alive. You and I are only working for others, and I'm only doing my part. Besides, as for the Alchemist Alliance, as long as you capture Xiao Yan and hand him over to them alive, you will no longer be threatened by the Alchemist Alliance. As he spoke, an extremely obscure light flitted across Wu Kuei's eyes. Although he did not say it clearly, it had at least temporarily calmed Fu Yulong's restless heart. In Qingyang City, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on his bed as the blaze mantra rapidly circulated in his body. Tremendous amounts of Genesis Qi in the surroundings were drawn over and poured into Xiao Yan's body. After several battles, Xiao Yan's aura had reached the peak of the advanced origin transformation stage. He had even touched upon the barrier to the returnance stage long ago. However, the feeling was vague, so Xiao Yan did not want to be too impatient. However, he would have to travel to the Burning Flame Valley in 2 months. Who knew what kind of trouble he would encounter then? Before that, he had to raise his cultivation as much as possible. This would definitely reduce some unnecessary trouble for Xiao Yan. As such, he could not care less about things like naturally occurring at a time like this. As such, Xiao Yan would attempt to break through to the returnance stage tonight. Once he broke through, his overall battle prowess would definitely rise to a whole new level. Although there was a high chance of failure, this was the only way to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. Huff, as the flame mantra chi method wildly circulated in his body, the surrounding Genesis chi swiftly gathered. At the same time, a huge energy vortex was formed behind Xiao Yan. Wave after wave of energy was continuously poured into the vortex, entering the meridians in Xiao Yan's body. After circulating in his meridians for 1 cycle, it was refined by the heavenly flame until it was pure and finally poured into the vortex space. SSS, what is he trying to do? Could it be, in the night sky above the Lu clan, Luo Jin and the rest leaped into the air. Numerous gazes gathered in the air above the room where Xiao Yan was located. There was a huge energy vortex there that was frantically devouring the surrounding Genesis Qi. Isn't he being a little too impatient? The price of trying to break through to the returnance stage with a cultivation of the origin transformation stage is no joke. Isn't he being a little too reckless? Zhou Tai stood beside Bai Hua as he stared at the huge vortex of energy in front of them. He could not help but break out in cold sweat for Xiao Yan. They obviously understood Xiao Yan's cultivation very well. Trying to break through to the returnance stage at a time like this was basically a dream in their eyes. None of them would have done such a thing if they were in his shoes. Even Leng Bingshuang, who was the first to reach the peak of the late origin transformation stage, did not dare to say that she had absolute confidence in breaking through, let alone Xiao Yan. However, a couple of hours later, when the first ray of sunlight on the second day shone on the bodies of these people, the energy vortex actually began to gradually scatter. On the bed, Xiao Yan, who had been crazily training for an entire night, finally slowly opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh and lowered his head to look at the 3 spirit stones that had been completely destroyed. The corner of his mouth revealed a joyful smile. Chapter 1150. In the courtyard, Luo Jin and the others frowned as they watched the swirl of energy gradually disperse. Their hearts could not help but sink. Leng Bingshuang could not help but want to enter the room to check on the situation, but she was stopped by Bai Hua before she could approach the door. We don't know the exact situation inside. It's best if we don't charge in recklessly. If it's not over yet, I'm afraid, Bai Hua said sternly. She stood in front of the door, blocking Leng Bingshuang. Seeing this, the expression on the latter's fair face became even more anxious. However, immediately after, the fairy doctor suddenly rushed over. How could she care so much? She could not help but retreat away from Bai Hua. Seeing this, Luo Jin did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly stepped forward. Only then did the two of them stop the 2 girls. We all know that you're worried about Xiao Yan, but we're the same. Before we know the exact situation, no one can act recklessly. If we make a huge mistake and affect Xiao Yan's foundation, it'll be fatal for him. Luo Jin grabbed the fairy doctor's snow-white wrist tightly. He pulled her away without harming her. But he's already stopped breaking through to returnance. If something really happens to him, are we supposed to just wait outside? The little fairy doctor angrily rebuked. She struggled in an attempt to shake off Luo Jin's hand. Leng Bingshuang, who was by the side, became agitated once again when she heard these words. When the other people behind saw this scene, although they wanted to step forward and help, it became a huge problem as to how to do so. Helpless, everyone could only stay where they were. Creak, suddenly, the door behind Bai Hua slowly opened. As the sun shone down, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. When a voice filled with worry rang out, Bai Hua and Luo Jin's bodies both paused. The 2 women avoided the 2 at almost the same time and quickly arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Leng Bingshuang was just about to throw herself into Xiao Yan's arms when she saw the fairy doctor. Only then did she hurriedly stop. After pushing Bai Hua away, the 2 women stood side by side in front of Xiao Yan. Each of them hugged one of his arms as they worriedly checked on Xiao Yan's condition. Sigh, you brat. You've been too reckless this time. But it's fine as long as you're fine. As for Genesis Chi, you can just cultivate again if you run out. But you must remember not to do something like this next time. The suspended hearts of Zhou Tai and the others finally relaxed when they saw that Xiao Yan was fine. Immediately, they began to softly reprimand Xiao Yan in a serious manner. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel like laughing. At the same time, after a simple check, Leng Bingshuang and the fairy doctor were surprised to find that not only had the qi in Xiao Yan's body not decreased due to the backlash, it had instead become even denser. In fact, Leng Bingshuang could clearly feel that a faint pressure was being emitted from Xiao Yan's body. You've succeeded. Upon sensing this, Leng Bingshuang could not help but cry out in surprise. In an instant, the breathing of the astonished crowd behind her turned sluggish as their gazes converged on Xiao Yan's body once again. At the same time, they also looked at Leng Bingshuang in astonishment, their voices filled with disbelief. What did you say succeeded? Hee, I've made everyone worried. Although I did encounter some danger along the way, I've fortunately managed to break through. Without waiting for Leng Bingshuang to open her mouth to explain, Xiao Yan took a step forward. He stepped out from between the 2 women and welcomed everyone present with a smile. The instant the words from his mouth sounded, a thought passed through his mind. An incomparably powerful aura instantly spread out from within Xiao Yan's body. The powerful aura caused the expressions of everyone present to instantly change. The qi was so powerful that it far surpassed all the origin transformation experts present. Even with Leng Bingshuang's strength, she felt powerless before the pressure. This was proof of Xiao Yan's current cultivation. Returnance. Breaking through from the peak of late origin transformation to returnance in a single night sounded easy. If it were someone else who had been at the peak of late origin transformation for many years, breaking through in a single night would not be difficult at all. However, with Xiao Yan's condition back then, he had only touched the barrier to returnance for a short period of time, yet he had attempted to break through to returnance in such a hurry. Ignoring the probability of failure, just the time required was basically impossible without a few days. However, Xiao Yan had managed to do it in a single night. This was simply unbelievable. This guy. No matter what the reason is, there's no pattern to it at all. I really wonder how he did it. Everyone could only helplessly shake their heads after recovering from their surprise. It seemed like the words of comfort they had thought of were useless now. Of course, they did not know that if it were not for the 3 high-grade spirit stones, it would have been impossible for Xiao Yan to break through. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel some lingering fear when he thought back to all the dangers he had encountered. If there was a next time, he would never dare to do something like that again. On the evening after Xiao Yan broke through to returnance, another group of people arrived at the Sea Cloud Palace on the other side. Most of them were around 8-star Do Emperors. There were a total of 3 people, but Fu Yulong could not help but feel secretly surprised when he saw them. Tian Long, Tian Shi, Tian Teng. I never thought they would send you 3 brothers. Fu Yulong narrowed his eyes as he stared at the 3 old men in embroidered robes. His gaze paused on them for a moment before he spoke in a cold voice. Even though that was the case, it was not difficult to hear the surprise in his voice. The sect master places great importance on this matter. The reason why the 3 of us have been sent is to ensure that nothing goes wrong with this mission. The leading old man among the 3 took a step forward. He raised his head and glanced at Fu Yulong as he indifferently said, "It's said that Palace Master Fu is not Xiao Yan's opponent. I never thought that a mighty returnance expert like you would actually be defeated by an origin transformation brat. From what I see, your strength is only so-so." "Hee, how's my strength? Do you want to test it yourself?" Fu Yulong's face immediately became rather green when he heard the old man's words. As anger rose in his heart, his body suddenly flashed and arrived before the old man. He viciously threw a punch at the old man's face. Clang! However, it was also at this moment that a black light flickered in front of the old man. A figure immediately appeared out of nowhere and threw a punch at Fu Yulong. The powerful force actually forcefully blocked Fu Yulong's attack. Chapter 1151. Clang! At the point where the 2 collided, an invisible energy wind immediately swept out. The powerful force immediately followed Fu Yulong's fist and invaded upwards, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. At the same time, his expression changed, and he hurriedly took a step back. Every step he took left an inch-deep pit under his feet. The powerful force was thus removed, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surrounding ground. Humph! With a muffled snort, Fu Yulong's body immediately straightened up. In front of the other 2 people beside the old man, 2 other figures had appeared out of nowhere. These 3 figures were all covered by large black robes. Although they did not move, the killing aura that was emitted from them caused others to not dare to easily approach them. What troublesome things! Only then did Fu Yulong's expression rapidly change as he looked at the 3 of them again. His sternness disappeared in an instant, and he immediately laughed. "Ha, I only wanted to test your strength. I never thought that you really were as powerful as the rumors say. Without relying on yourselves, just the 3 puppets are enough to rival regular early returnance experts. With you here, nothing will go wrong this time, ha 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 ha." Fu Yulong clasped his hands at the 3 people before him. He glanced past the 3 puppets in fear. He felt both unwilling and greedy inside. The 3 people before him were clearly only 8-star Do Emperors, but the 3 puppets were actually able to match up to returnance experts. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. At the same time, the strength of the 3 puppets did indeed change Fu Yulong's expression. If he could control the 3 returnance puppets, he would be invincible against those at the same level of cultivation, let alone Xiao Yan. He had never taken a mere origin transformation expert seriously. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan possessed a heavenly flame, it would have been impossible for him to suffer at Xiao Yan's hands. However, there was no point in saying anything now. Xiao Yan was the most important person right now. Only by capturing him could he borrow his strength and obtain even greater strength. At that time, he would no longer be invincible among returnance experts. All he wanted was even greater strength. However, while Fu Yulong was thinking this, the three people in front of him, and even Wu Kuei, were also thinking the same thing. Wu Kuei had never told them that only one of them would receive all the rewards after capturing Xiao Yan. The best way to obtain all the rewards was to deal with the others after capturing Xiao Yan. The next day, in the quiet Qingyang city, Xiao Yan was slowly training in his room. After his cultivation had broken through, he needed a large amount of time to familiarize himself with the powerful strength within his body. At the same time, this would allow him to quickly stabilize his cultivation within a short period of time. The others all lived their own leisurely days as well. Honestly speaking, during this period of time, they had been living in a tense state of mind. Their mental strength was at its peak. If this continued for a long time, it was likely that no one would be able to endure it. It was only when they followed Xiao Yan to Qingyang City that they finally had the opportunity to catch their breaths. Even though their conflict with the Sea Cloud Palace had not been completely resolved, they were still willing to believe that as long as Xiao Yan was present, nothing would be so difficult to resolve. Not to mention, Xiao Yan had broken through to returnance, so dealing with Fu Yulong would be even easier. Xiao Yan had been able to force Fu Yulong to such a state when he was still at the origin transformation realm. Now that he had broken through to returnance, Xiao Yan's battle prowess had skyrocketed. Dealing with Fu Yulong was even less of a problem. However, it was also at this moment that another group of uninvited guests appeared in Azure Sun City. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's eyes snapped open. The moment he raised his head, his gaze seemed to pass through the wall. He saw a group of people in the distant sky. The person at the front was the palace master of the Sea Cloud Palace, Fu Yulong. Swish swish swish, with a few whooshing sounds, Luo Jin and the others quickly rose into the air. They quickly looked at the 5 people before them. What's this guy trying to do? Bai Hua could not help but ask in surprise as if she had sensed something was wrong. At this moment, the strongest among the 4 people standing beside Fu Yulong was only at the initial origin transformation stage. Such a lineup could not be considered powerful. Moreover, there were actually 3 8-star Do Di among the 4 of them. This was just like a joke. Could it be that this fellow has gone mad from anger? He actually brought so many people to cause trouble. Zhou Tai, the most hot-tempered of the group, could not help but mock Fu Yulong when he saw this. Fu Yulong is no fool. It's impossible for him to bring so many useless soldiers for no reason. Be careful that there's something fishy going on. It was Luo Jin who was the most cautious. He was well aware of Fu Yulong's strength and knew that it was impossible for him to bring a few Do Emperor-level subordinates to their deaths for no reason. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Who cares if he's hiding some secret? I'll know once I give it a try. Zhou Tai laughed loudly. The Genesis Chi in his body circulated wildly as he charged forward without any explanation, heading straight for the 3 8-star Do Emperors. Humph humph, the 3 of them advanced instead of retreating. Cold chuckles were emitted from their mouths as they suddenly waved their sleeves. 3 streaks of light immediately shot out, transforming into 3 phantoms. In the blink of an eye, they had already collided with the charging Zhou Tai. Clang! A powerful force erupted. The moment the 2 sides collided, the unstoppable force immediately poured out, immediately dispersing Zhou Tai's attack. The remaining force landed on Zhou Tai without holding back at all. Ugh! Immediately after, blood spurted out and Zhou Tai's body was immediately sent flying. The 3 fellows wanted to chase after him, but they were saved by Luo Jin, who had followed closely behind. Damn it! Where did these 3 guys come from? Everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly turned their gazes. They soon discovered that the three fellows that had suddenly appeared were puppets. Damn it, we were too careless. To think that they were puppets. No wonder they were so fearless. The expressions of Luo Jin and the rest immediately changed when they saw the three puppets standing proudly in the air. The emotions at the bottom of their hearts also became tense at this moment. Chapter 1152. Swish. Just as the expressions of Luo Jin and the others changed, another gust of wind rang out. Soon after, the black-robed Xiao Yan appeared before them. His gaze immediately landed on Zhou Tai. Xiao Yan's expression immediately became gloomy when he saw Zhou Tai's pale face, the corner of his mouth containing blood, and the aura of his body appearing weak. After stepping forward to investigate, Xiao Yan hurriedly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and fed it to Zhou Tai. After which, he slowly turned around and looked at the three puppets with a furious expression. Puppets, huh? Xiao Yan's sharp eyes swept over these three puppets. Immediately, his eyes once again turned and looked at the three people who had walked out from behind the three puppets. So it was you who controlled the puppets to injure him? Xiao Yan's face sunk. His gaze at the three of them became even colder. Killing intent had already appeared in his eyes. Humph, that's right. This guy doesn't know his limits. He's only at the origin transformation realm, yet he wants to kill us. We're just casually teaching him a lesson. However, who are you? Do you want to stand up for him as well? Tian Long sneered when he heard Xiao Yan's words. The three brothers looked at each other, and their gazes towards Xiao Yan were filled with disdain and mockery. With the puppets in their hands, they were basically invincible at returnance when they worked together. There was no need for them to treat the young man before them seriously. Ha, the three of you, this kid is Xiao Yan. As long as we deal with him, the others won't be a problem. Although the appearance of Luo Jin and Leng Bingshuang had surprised Fu Yulong slightly, he no longer felt any fear after discovering that they were only origin transformation experts. Oh. He's the origin transformation kid that even you weren't his opponent? Tian Long and the others immediately sneered when they heard Fu Yulong's words. They glanced at Xiao Yan in disdain, but they did not see the pale-faced Fu Yulong to the side. Humph, who would have thought that not only would you be defeated by an origin transformation expert, the one who defeated you would be a brat. Fu Yulong, I'm really curious. How much of your cultivation is real? Tian Shi bared his teeth and sneered. He mocked Fu Yulong without fear. The muscles at the corners of Fu Yulong's eyes twitched, and he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Ha, you better watch how we brothers teach him a lesson. It can be considered as revenge for you, ha 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 ha. The three of them coldly laughed as they gathered their gazes on Xiao Yan's body at the same time. A ferocious expression was revealed on their wrinkled old faces. The seals in their hands changed and the puppet in front of them immediately shot forward. It swiftly stopped a couple of 100 feet from Xiao Yan. Soon after, the Tian brothers followed close behind. The distance between the three of them and the puppet in front of them was only a couple of 100 feet. Kid, I heard that you have the ability to challenge those above your level. Today, us three brothers will treat you well. The voice that carried some arrogance spread in a vast and mighty manner. The three puppets swiftly stepped forward and surrounded Xiao Yan in a semicircle shape. Behind Xiao Yan, Luo Jin's and Leng Bingshuang's expressions immediately changed at the sight of this. They circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies and wanted to move forward, but were stopped by Xiao Yan with a wave of his hand. Since their target is me, I'll deal with it myself. You guys should focus on those two fellows. Be careful of their sneak attacks. Although they were unwilling to do so, they still stopped when they heard Xiao Yan's words. They understood Xiao Yan's personality very well. If he was not confident, he would not have stopped them. There was no need for Xiao Yan to put on a brave front against such an opponent. Soon after, Xiao Yan slowly turned his gaze back. His expression did not change, but his gaze swept past the three puppets as he frowned slightly. The three puppets were not weak to be able to injure Zhou Tai to such a state with a single attack. They might even be existences that could rival returnance experts. Xiao Yan, who had been in contact with puppets all year round, naturally understood the fighting strength of this thing in his heart. Even among those of the same class, the fighting strength of a puppet was definitely an extremely powerful existence. The pressure of facing 3 puppets at the same time naturally went without saying. Not to mention, there was still Fu Yulong and the other person who had yet to take action. If they clashed in a direct battle, Zhou Tai's chances of victory would be slim. With that in mind, Xiao Yan's gaze could not help but fall on the Tian brothers. Although the puppets he controlled were all at the returnance realm, they were only 8-star Do emperors. If that was the case, swish swish swish. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and 2 avatars that were no different from his actual body were slowly agglomerated in the space around him. This was the 9-body incantation. After a long period of refinement, the strength of these clones had all reached the peak of the 9-star Do D class. When they merged into one, their strength was comparable to a middle-level origin transformation expert. Today, Xiao Yan had finally taken them out. Oh. It's actually clones. What a rare Do skill. However, how much of your original strength can mere clones possess? They're just a thin piece of paper before our puppets. The Tian brothers could not help but sneer when they saw Xiao Yan summon clones to the side. Ha ha ha, kid, the 3 of us will let you understand today that before absolute strength, all fancy techniques are useless. Go! The 3 puppets shot toward Xiao Yan in an instant after the shout. They turned into 3 streaks of light in the blink of an eye, moving as fast as lightning. They appeared before the 3 Xiao Yan in an instant. There were no fancy movements. It was just a punch, but it possessed an aura that could shake the world. It caused the expressions of Luo Jin and the others behind to involuntarily change. Their emotions immediately became tense. Desolation Finger. Soon after, the 3 Xiao Yan began to form seals at an extremely fast speed. Vast Do Qi condensed above their heads. By the time the 3 puppets arrived, the dense Do Qi had already condensed into 3 huge fingers that held up the sky. Dazzling light was released along with an oppressive aura. Then, the 3 of them pushed forward fiercely, and 3 huge fingers collided fiercely with the 3 oncoming puppets. Boom! At the instant the 2 sides collided, everyone present clearly saw that the 3 desolation fingers were actually shattered by the 3 puppets in a manner that was as easy as crushing dry weeds. The strength that the 3 desolation fingers possessed was only enough to cause the 3 puppets to pause for an instant. With just one attack, Xiao Yan was defeated in a panic without any ability to resist. Chapter 1153. Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually been defeated in an instant, the few people behind him revealed expressions of disbelief. At the same time, Tian Long and the other 2 also had mocking smiles on their faces as they watched this scene. What a reckless brat. He actually wants to rely on his 2 avatars to block our puppets. He is really seeking death. Ha ha ha, a mere origin transformation expert is not worthy of being our opponent. Hey, I originally thought that he would be a difficult opponent to deal with. Unexpectedly, it was actually so easy. He cannot even withstand a single blow. The 3 of them mocked and ridiculed in an unrestrained manner. In their hearts, they looked down on Xiao Yan, who was quickly being defeated in front of them. However, just as the 3 of them finished speaking, a faint voice was transmitted into their ears like a ghost's bewitching whisper. Oh. Is that so? 3 8-star Do D actually dare to speak so systematically about an origin transformation expert as if he is worthless. I want to know where your courage comes from. Buzz. The low and deep voice was like the sickle of a death god from hell. The instant it was transmitted into the ears of the 3 of them, their souls seemed to tremble. An icy cold feeling instantly spread from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. It was as if there was a sharp blade at their throats as a dense, cold air instantly spread throughout their bodies. The space in front of the 3 of them slowly distorted. Soon after, a black-robed, handsome human figure appeared in front of them. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that Xiao Yan, who had clearly been seriously injured by their puppets, would actually suddenly appear in front of them in a ghost-like manner. How can it be? The eyes of the three of them gradually widened. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Their pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The dense disbelief in their eyes, as well as the shock that they contained, was something that anyone could easily see. If you can do it all over again, you must remember that foolish arrogance will cost you your life. At the same time that the cold words were muttered from Xiao Yan's mouth, a pale blue flame fiercely burned on the bodies of the three of them without any forewarning. In an instant, the Tian brothers had all fallen and turned into nothingness. At the same time, the three puppets behind him also stopped. Without anyone controlling them, the three puppets were no different from scrap metal. They crashed heavily into the city below. Then, Xiao Yan slowly turned around with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Luo Jin and the others. When the two of them looked at each other, Luo Jin could not help but laugh. He naturally sensed Xiao Yan's methods, but he did not expose them. On the other hand, Ling Bing and the fairy doctor were the ones who were really nervous. The moment they saw the incarnation shatter, they really thought that something had happened to Xiao Yan. You rascal, next time before you take action, can't you inform us first so that we won't be frightened together? Just now, the two of them really thought that something had happened to you. Luo Jin jumped forward and could not help but punch Xiao Yan's shoulder as he ridiculed him. When Xiao Yan looked at Ling Bing Shuang and the fairy doctor, the two of them could not help but turn their heads and avoid Xiao Yan's gaze. The situation just now was not stable. To be on the safe side, I did not tell you. However, don't worry, I will definitely not do this again. Xiao Yan laughed awkwardly. At the end of his words, he deliberately shouted at Ling Bing Shuang and the fairy doctor in a loud voice. Although the two of them took these words to heart, they snorted in unison as if they had been wronged, as if they were venting their anger. Oh, that's right. I was so focused on our conversation that I almost forgot that we still have guests. Suddenly, he used his hand to gently pat his forehead as if he had just remembered. He brought everyone back to their senses and turned around. Once again, his gaze landed on Fu Yulong and Wu Kuei, who were not far away. Fu Yulong, even if you want to find helpers, you should at least find 2 more decent ones next time. For such an arrogant and conceited fellow to be able to live until today, it can really be considered a blessing. After a cold laugh, the expression on Xiao Yan's face quickly recovered. His gaze paused on Wu Kuei for a while before he said, "How is it? Do you still plan to continue?" 3 idiots. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Fu Yulong's body trembled in anger. His eyes that were filled with anger unconsciously looked at Wu Kuei, who was not far away. This person was called over by him. Now, he was actually killed by Xiao Yan just like that. How should he settle this matter? Why are you looking at me? If they want to go up and court death, that's their business. It's not like I ordered them to do so. Who would have thought that this brat actually had such a method? The most ridiculous thing is that the 3 of them were actually deceived by Xiao Yan from the beginning to the end. They only have themselves to blame for their deaths. Wu Kuei curled his lips, but did not dare to make any extra movements. To be honest, even he did not see any flaws in Xiao Yan's ghostly appearance just now. Wu Kuei did not doubt that even if it was him, those 3 people just now would not have a chance to survive. Now that they were dead, the 2 of them obviously could not do anything to Xiao Yan's group. The only thing they could do now was to leave again. Thinking up to here, Fu Yulong couldn't help but clench his fists tightly together under his sleeves. The expression on his old face was extremely unsightly. Unknowingly, this Qingyang city appeared to have become a tall mountain in front of him that he could not surmount. Regardless of how he used all his strength to resist, he would ultimately be mercilessly beaten back. This was especially the case after Xiao Yan appeared. Everything that happened after that caused him to feel a wave of helplessness. Could it be that he could only return with a face full of dust and dirt? But no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, Fu Yulong still knew that no matter what, he would not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan today. No matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? Fight to the death, with just the two of them? The fate of the Tian brothers just now was already a lesson. He believed that Wu Kuei would definitely not joke around with his life. This time, he would definitely not allow his puppet to leave his side. Sigh. The endless fury in Wu Kuei's heart finally transformed into a heavy sigh. Wu Kuei's expression by the side was somewhat unnatural as he glanced at Xiao Yan. After which, he involuntarily glanced at the three puppets that had fallen into the city below. Even though he had the intention to retrieve them, he clearly understood that it was impossible. Xiao Yan. We will definitely meet again. In the end, Fu Yulong unwillingly spat out these words. Then, with Wu Kuei beside him, he swiftly flew in the direction they had come from. His sorry figure was a stark contrast to his image, and it was extremely laughable. Chapter 1154. Only after Fu Yulong and Wu Kuei had left did Xiao Yan turn around and look at the three puppets in the city below. Three returnance puppets were an extremely powerful force. If it were not for the arrogance of the Tian brothers, it would have been impossible for Xiao Yan to stop the attacks of the three of them all by himself with his current cultivation. Xiao Yan descended and arrived before the three puppets. He used his powerful soul to make one of them stand up. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately narrowed when he sensed the heaviness. Pulling off the black robes, the puppet's entire body was exposed to the air. Its pitch-black skin glowed with a metallic luster. When he placed his hand on it, he felt an icy cold sensation. Although the puppet seemed bloated, it was possible to discover that its bloated skin was actually as tough as metal. Even Genesis Chi was unable to touch the puppet's body easily. After that, Xiao Yan used the heavenly flame as an experiment. The pale blue, heavenly flame adhered to a dagger. When Xiao Yan used all his strength to stab at the puppet in front of him, he ultimately only left a shallow scar on the puppet's body. The dagger in Xiao Yan's hand had already shattered. Gasp, what a tough body. This puppet seems to be a little special. Even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this appearance. Surprise surfaced on his face. The body of this puppet was exceptionally hard. Even though he had used his physical strength to support it, he was unable to leave an obvious wound on this puppet's body. It was likely that even his Northern King was inferior to this puppet on this point. Although the North King possessed an extremely powerful regenerative ability, its defense was nowhere near as tough as the puppet before him. If the North King was a ball of cotton that could be easily restored, the puppet was an indestructible boulder. The puppet's refinement method was very different from the North King's. It had completely abandoned its ability to be regenerative and took a different approach. It used a straightforward diamond body as its strongest defense. At the same time, its explosive power would become even greater as a result. If Xiao Yan's puppet was compared to Xiao Yan's North King, the difference was that the North King could fight for extended periods of time and receive the baptism of heavenly lightning. Not only could it return to its original state, but it could also increase its battle prowess. However, this puppet was different. Its body might be extremely hard and its strength was indeed powerful. However, from this distance, Xiao Yan was able to easily discover that there were quite a number of old scars on the puppet's body. Through those cracks, it was even possible to see the withered yellow bones under it. If he was able to add a couple more slashes to those cracks, this puppet would be completely crippled. However, it was likely that it was because these three puppets usually attacked their enemies together that they were able to ensure their survival until now. It was likely that the three of them had thought in this manner before they had arrived. With the strength of these three puppets, it would be extremely easy for them to join hands and deal with one person. Unfortunately, they did not expect Xiao Yan to borrow the help of his avatars to attack their actual bodies. No matter how powerful a puppet was, as long as its master died, the puppet would naturally stop working. It was like a machine without a controller, unable to operate. This puppet is a product of the Heavenly Puppet sect. While Xiao Yan was pondering over the puppet before him, a somewhat weak voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Xiao Yan turned around and saw that the one who had spoken was Zhou Tai. After consuming the medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had given him, the latter's injuries were no longer a problem, although he was still somewhat weak. Heavenly Puppet Sect. What's that? Xiao Yan could not help but ask as he softly repeated Zhou Tai's words. He had never heard of such a faction and could not possibly have provoked them. So why had they come looking for him? Honestly speaking, Xiao Yan did not believe that these people were helpers that Fu Yulong had found. Just by looking at the scene of them conversing with each other earlier, these people did not have as good of a relationship as he had imagined. Perhaps it was due to some special reason that they had come looking for him. But what exactly was the reason? The Heavenly Puppet sect is one of the 3 great sects of the southern region. According to what I know, they are the ones supporting Sea Cloud Palace. This is why Sea Cloud Palace is so rampant and overbearing, openly expanding their influence in the southern region. I'm afraid that the reason why they have sent people over this time is because Sea Cloud Palace is not doing a good job. In order to subdue Green Sun City, they have done this. Soon after, Luo Jin slowly walked forward from behind, looking straight at Xiao Yan as he slowly said. Before this, Luo Jin was unable to confirm whether this puppet truly belonged to the Heavenly Puppet sect. Only after Zhou Tai confirmed it, did he become certain. The Heavenly Puppet sect is actually one of the 3 great sects of the southern region. Looks like I will definitely encounter them in the Burning Flame Valley later. Xiao Yan sighed softly. Soon after, he turned his attention back to what had happened today. But, did they really send experts of this level just for Green Sun City? Xiao Yan could not help but become slightly doubtful when he heard Luo Jin's words. If it really was because Sea Cloud Palace was not doing a good job, the Heavenly Puppet sect would at most harshly reprimand them before ordering Sea Cloud Palace to attack Green Sun City again. It was impossible for them to personally send people to deal with it. At the same time, Xiao Yan found the gazes of the 3 fellows to be extremely familiar. It was a gaze of greed, just like Yi Luo Tian. However, now that things had progressed to this point, people had either died or fled. If he wanted to know the reason behind this, he could only wait until they met again. Xiao Yan believed that he would definitely meet Fu Yulong and the Heavenly Puppet sect, one of the 3 great sects of the southern region. Right now, it was best for him to subdue the 3 puppets first. Once the 3 returnants puppets were subdued, the battle prowess of Xiao Yan's group would rise once again. At that time, they would be able to easily deal with a lineup like the one they faced today even without resorting to any tricks. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he thought of this in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. It entered the puppet's body from the back of its head and once again carved a spiritual brand that belonged to him at the spot where the Tian brothers' spiritual brands were originally imprinted. After a simple process, Xiao Yan's thoughts changed once again. An order was issued and the puppet in front of him immediately emitted a clang sound as it knelt on the ground. This puppet could be considered to have been completely subdued. Xiao Yan did not subdue the 2 remaining puppets. Instead, he gave one of them to the fairy doctor and the other to the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Huabai. Chapter 1155. The fairy doctor obviously understood why Xiao Yan had given the puppet to her. With the puppet, she would naturally possess another source of battle prowess. Even if the power did not originate from her, it would be something she could rely on as long as she could control it. That way, the fairy doctor would no longer have a reason to leave Xiao Yan so easily. As for Lu Huabai, when he learned that Xiao Yan actually wanted to give the puppet to the Lu family, the joy on his face was indescribable. His Lu family was originally a small clan that had fallen into dire straits. Because of Xiao Yan's appearance, they had gradually reached their current state. The overall strength of the clan was countless times greater than before. All of this had already made the Lu family extremely grateful to Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan had actually given a puppet on par with returnance experts to the Lu family. This was an even greater favor, so how could he not be excited? When Lu Huabai left his soul imprint in the puppet, a subtle connection surged through his mind. Immediately, Lu Huabai led the Grand Elder and everyone from the Lu family to kneel before Xiao Yan. My Lu family will never forget Mr. Xiao Yan's great kindness. From today onwards, my Lu family will follow Mr. Xiao Yan's lead. As long as Mr. Xiao Yan gives the order, my Lu family will not hesitate to carry it out, even if we have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. As Lu Huabai called out, the people from the Lu family behind him called out as well. Their vast voices shook up the entire Azure Sun City. There's no need for that. The reason why I'm giving the puppet to you is because I'll be leaving Azure Sun City soon. At that time, Bai Hua will be leaving with me. In order to prevent Fu Yulong from coming back to kill me, I'll leave the puppet to you. However, I have a request. Unless you have no other choice, do not let the puppet appear before others so easily. Otherwise, it might bring an even greater disaster to the Lu family. Lu Huabai obviously understood the meaning behind Xiao Yan's words. However, not long after Xiao Yan said that, everyone raised their heads and discovered that the sky above Azure Sun City had actually changed. Rolling black clouds with an extremely dense oppressive feeling condensed above Qingyang City. As it continued to roll, there was a shocking flash of lightning. Then, a mighty rumble of thunder descended from the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. Rumble, soon after, the thunder descended and the sky changed color. The hearts of everyone in the city suddenly tightened as if their hearts had stopped. They could not help but become nervous. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrank when he saw this scene. Surprise immediately surged into his eyes. The 9 heavens divine lightning. What they just swore was a lightning penalty oath. Luo Jin and Zhou Tai immediately revealed shocked expressions. A lightning penalty oath was not a joke. In this world, there were very few people who could swear a lightning penalty oath to others. Those who could do such a thing were usually righteous people. Today, it actually attracted such a shocking commotion. This meant that the entire Lu family had probably swore the lightning penalty oath together. They had tied the fate of an entire family to Xiao Yan. It had to be said that no other faction on the continent would be able to do such a thing. At this moment, even Xiao Yan's expression could not help but become serious. Everyone, Xiao Yan thanks you for your kindness. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan cupped his hands to the members of the Lu clan in front of him. He bowed to everyone in front of him. Behind him, Luo Jin and the others involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration when they saw this manner of Xiao Yan. Without mentioning anything else, just the fact that he valued relationships and righteousness today had already conquered the hearts of everyone present. From this point on, today's battle could be considered to have ended. That day, after everyone had returned to their own rooms, Xiao Yan once again took out the storage rings on the hands of the 3 brothers. These things had been kept by him ever since he had killed the 3 of them. At this moment, after investigating them, he realized that other than some rare metal materials and some qi methods and do techniques, there was not even a single spirit stone within the storage rings. However, he did not know if these 3 fellows were really so poor or if they had used them for other purposes. In the following period of time, the Lu family was indeed peaceful. Fu Yulong had left once again. After 2 failures, it was likely that he would not easily return. This was indeed a good thing. Very quickly, over a month had passed. There were only a few days left until the date that Zhou Tai had calculated back then. However, Xiao Yan did not intend to continue waiting. After all, he did not know what would happen in the following period of his journey. If he were to meet the people from the Heavenly Puppet sect along the way, it would definitely become another source of trouble. Therefore, leaving early was also considered a form of insurance. Other than Xiao Yan, there was also Bai Hua, the little fairy doctor, Luo Jin, the Tong Tian giant ape, Zhou Tai, and Mu Ling. There was a total of 7 people in this group. As for Leng Bingshuang, in order to send Murong Qianqian back, Xiao Yan asked her to temporarily stay. After they had left, he would bring Murong Qianqian back to the western region. As for the narwhal snake, after some consideration, it chose to stay in the Lu family. Xiao Yan naturally understood the narwhal snake's actions. It wanted to protect the Lu family for Xiao Yan. Bai Hua expressed her loyalty even more generously. Under Xiao Yan's surprised gaze, she gave a droplet of her essence blood to the narwhal snake. Xiao Yan was certain that the narwhal snake would be able to break through to the origin realm in the shortest amount of time possible with the assistance of the essence blood. Bai Hua's actions could be described as a great favor. The other person was Leng Bingshuang and Murong Qianqian. Although the two of them were rather unwilling towards Xiao Yan's actions, they could only listen obediently under the firm insistence of Xiao Yan and Bai Hua. Of course, there was another reason why Xiao Yan wanted Leng Bingshuang to stay and return to the western region. Recently, Leng Bingshuang's presence had become more and more powerful. Xiao Yan guessed that she was close to breaking through to the returnant's realm. If she returned to the western region now, she would definitely be able to break through successfully with the assistance of the Ice Soul Springs in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Not only would he be able to ensure that Leng Bingshuang broke through to the returnant's realm successfully, but he would also be able to reduce some unnecessary dangers. Xiao Yan was obviously extremely happy. As for the little fairy doctor, although Xiao Yan was also unwilling to see her get hurt, Xiao Yan clearly understood the former's character. If he insisted on keeping the little fairy doctor in the Lu clan, it was likely that the little fairy doctor would forcefully follow him without caring about anything. Rather than doing something that would hurt her, it was better to keep her by his side. At the very least, he could protect her at all times. Chapter 1156. The group of 7 left Azure Sun City and headed towards the southeast. At this moment, there was still close to a month's time before the sect competition in the Burning Flame Valley. As a result, the group traveled at a steady pace. The 3 sects of the southern region were located in the southernmost part of the southern region. The group had set off from the southwest border of Azure Sun City and could be said to have passed through the entire southern region. Along the way, they were able to experience the prosperity of the southern region. In particular, the closer they got to the Burning Flame Valley, the more dumbfounded a normal person would be. The first stop of Xiao Yan's group this time around was a city called Lutsang City. They had hurried for a couple of days. Although they had passed by quite a number of cities during this period of time, it was only today that they saw that this Lutsang City was an extremely large city. Just based on the area it occupied, it was likely that it was not inferior to the savage ancient city at the southwestern border. When the group entered the city, they immediately sensed quite a few powerful presences. Lutsang City is truly worthy of being one of the few large cities in the southwest. There are actually no less than 10 origin transformation experts in the city. How surprising! Zhou Tai's eyebrows immediately twitched when he sensed the powerful presences in the city. Although he had never been to Lutsang City, he had heard of its name. Although it was not one of the best cities in the southern region, its strength could not be underestimated. According to what I know, Lutsang City is one of the few cities in the southwest that has not been swallowed by the Sea Cloud Palace. Luo Jin pursed his lips slightly when he heard Zhou Tai's words. He gazed into the distance and gazed into the depths of the city. With his powerful spiritual strength, he could sense that there was an extremely powerful person in the depths of Lutsang City. It was probably because of his existence that Lutsang City had not been swallowed by the Sea Cloud Palace. Fu Yulong obviously can't swallow it if there's an origin transformation expert present. To one side, Xiao Yan, who had also sensed this, smiled. He had already sensed the owner of the presences when they had entered the city. Let's find a place to rest first. It won't be too late to continue tomorrow. Xiao Yan turned his head and glanced at the exhausted fairy doctor. A sliver of pity appeared in his eyes. The others also nodded in understanding. Then, they walked towards the city. Along the way, the group of 7 people swaggered through the middle of the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Especially the existence of the little fairy doctor, it caused the faces of the surrounding men in the crowd to heat up. That kind of moving fairy-like appearance caused many people to secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. This little girl is really pretty. She's not the slightest bit inferior to the one I saw earlier. Hee, she is indeed beautiful, but she is a little too cold. Her gaze seems to be able to freeze people alive. What do you know? That kind of woman is the best. Buzz. The little fairy doctor merely glanced at the vulgar words in the surrounding crowd and caused their bodies to tremble. The dense killing intent caused their scalps to feel numb and they instantly swallowed the words that were at the tip of their tongues. Let's go. There's no need to bother. Xiao Yan turned his head and spoke gently to the little fairy doctor. His gaze swept across the bodies of those people. Immediately, he turned his head and continued to walk forward. At the same time, a wisp of pale blue flame also disappeared deep within his eyes. Not long after this group of people walked far away, those people who had revealed lustful gazes towards the little fairy doctor were turned into ice sculptures in front of the surrounding people's frightened gazes. Very quickly, the 7 of them stayed in a villa within Lutsang City. At the same time that Xiao Yan and the rest entered the city, in the central area of Lutsang City, an old man who was quietly drinking tea suddenly stood up and raised his head. He looked towards the direction where Xiao Yan and the rest were. Why are there suddenly so many strong people coming to my Lutsang City? He muttered in his mouth. Soon after, the old man's eyes turned and looked at the guard in front of the courtyard. His tone fluctuated slightly as he said, "Quickly go and call the clan head over." When the guard heard this, he immediately bowed and retreated. On the other side, Xiao Yan and the rest who had stayed in the villa were also resting. After a few days of hurrying, Xiao Yan was fine. However, with the little fairy doctors and Mu Ling's current cultivation, following Xiao Yan's group for a long period of time was really a little strenuous. Therefore, today, Xiao Yan chose to temporarily rest in Lutsang City. However, less than an hour after Xiao Yan and the rest had stayed in the villa, outside the villa, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe suddenly rushed over. When the people in the villa saw this middle-aged man, everyone's faces instantly revealed a shocked expression. They did not expect that this person would actually appear in a villa within the city. This was really a strange thing. However, when the manager of the villa heard the information that the middle-aged man asked, the manager's face revealed an especially shocked expression. This was because the matter that the middle-aged man asked about was the location of Xiao Yan and the rest. A moment later. Dang dang dang. Following a few knocks on the door, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged and resting in the room, was immediately awakened. His body, which was sitting cross-legged, leaped onto the ground and appeared in front of the door. When Xiao Yan opened the door, the people standing outside were Luo Jin and the rest. In addition, there was an additional middle-aged man. This person was the middle-aged man who had previously asked the manager of the villa about the location of Xiao Yan and the rest. What's going on? Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man. Immediately, he looked at Luo Jin and asked suspiciously. I am really sorry to disturb everyone. I am Lu Changsheng, the clan head of Lutsang City's Lu clan. This time, I have specially come to invite everyone to my Lu clan for a chat. Immediately, the middle-aged man's gaze, which was originally looking at Luo Jin, immediately fell on Xiao Yan. Immediately, he cupped his hands together with a kind smile on his face. Originally, when he saw Luo Jin leading a group of people, he was already extremely surprised in his heart. However, he did not expect that all the people in front of him would actually gather their gazes on the black-robed young man. From the looks of it, he seemed to be the core of this group. If it was just based on appearance, the middle-aged man's heart really could not understand. If it were not for the fact that his father had told him to be polite before coming, he would definitely not have cupped his hands and bowed to a member of the younger generation. Mid-origin transformation stage, Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Soon after, his eyes flashed and he immediately opened his mouth to speak. Apologies, our group did not come here with the intention of disturbing you. We only wanted to rest here for a night. If there is nothing important, I think it would be better for the Lu clan head to return. There was no need to say more to understand the intentions of this person in front of him. It was nothing more than that the person in front of him felt that his group was too strong and was afraid of causing trouble in the city. Thus, he came to test them. However, since he had already made himself clear, he naturally should return. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1157. Hee, I think you've misunderstood. Actually, I've only come this time to invite you to my estate. I have no other intentions. The patriarch smiled politely when he heard that. He did not seem surprised by Xiao Yan's words at all. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he saw this. He met Luo Jin's eyes, and the latter's eyes also contained some impatience. Patriarch Lu, you, I truly admire you for reaching such a level of cultivation at such a young age. I believe I've seen many young geniuses before, but I've never seen someone as outstanding as you. May I ask if you can give me some face and come to my Lu family for a chat? Xiao Yan had just opened his mouth and was about to say some words of rejection when an old man's voice was suddenly transmitted into his ear. Xiao Yan immediately understood that the person who had truly invited them was not this middle-aged man in front of him but this old man. A returnance expert. So it's a member of the Lu family, thought Jian Chen. Xiao Yan quietly said this in his heart. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said, "All right, since Patriarch Lu has invited us so sincerely, there's no harm in us going." With that, he even patted Luo Jin's shoulder. The light in Luo Jin's eyes flickered slightly, and he seemed to understand something. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the others did not understand. However, since Xiao Yan had spoken, they naturally did not have any doubts. Soon after, this group of 7 people walked forward under the lead of the Lu clan's head until they reached the Lu clan's mansion. Very soon, Xiao Yan saw the returnance expert who had spoken to him before. Beside them, Luo Jin glanced at the old man standing in front of them. His lips curled into a smile. His guess had been confirmed. Luo Jin had already guessed it when Xiao Yan suddenly changed the topic and patted him on the shoulder. Now that he saw the old man, it was just as he had guessed. The only person who could change Xiao Yan's mind was the only returnance expert in Lutsang City. At this moment, the old man was standing in front of Xiao Yan's group. The head of the Lu clan was standing beside him. His face was filled with respect. The old man's figure was somewhat short. His face was skinny, but his eyes were spirited. He held a walking stick in his hand and placed one hand behind his back. He was looking at Xiao Yan who was close by with a smile on his face. I'm Luya, the protector of the Lu family. The old man extended his hands and clasped them together when he saw Xiao Yan. His actions were gentle, but they did not seem unreasonable. After all, he was old, so there were many things that were inconvenient. Even Lu Changshen could not help but become surprised when he saw the old man's actions. The fact that Luya would bow to a junior was more than enough to show how much importance he placed on the young man. I'm Xiao Yan. This is my first time here. If I've offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Seeing this, Xiao Yan cupped his hands together with a smile on his face. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the people behind him to feel an inexplicable feeling. Obviously, only Xiao Yan and the old man knew about this matter. Among the people that Xiao Yan had killed with the bone-chilling fire, there were a few who bore the insignia of the Lu clan. Now that the two of them had met, they obviously needed to clarify the matter. Mr. Xiao Yan, you're overthinking things. Just treat it as cleaning up the family. Please take a seat. The old man had already ordered people to set up tables and chairs in the courtyard. He was only waiting for Xiao Yan and the others to take a seat. After everyone was seated, the two sides began to chat. After chatting for a while, Luya learned that Xiao Yan's group came from Qingyang City. A glint flashed across the depths of his old eyes. He roughly guessed their identities. Hiss. So you're from Qingyang City. No wonder there's such a scene. I presume that you were the ones who fought with the Sea Cloud Palace Master not long ago. Luya's eyes narrowed as he spoke with a slightly surprised tone. That's right. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and did not hide anything. In the Battle of Qingyang City, the one who was defeated was the Sea Cloud Palace Master. This matter would definitely spread throughout the southwest border. It was natural that Luya would know about it. Ha, Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed a young hero. Seeing Xiao Yan nod his head in acknowledgement, Luya suddenly laughed and drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. I don't think that old Mr. will inform Fu Yulong that we left Qingyang City, right? Xiao Yan's eyes flashed as he carelessly opened his mouth and probed. When Luya heard this, the expression on his old face was immediately startled. He immediately laughed out loud and said, "You are right. Mr. Xiao Yan, you must be joking. My Lu family and Sea Cloud Palace have never been on good terms. Fu Yulong has caused trouble for my Lu family several times and was beaten back by me. He must hate my Lu family to the bone. Naturally, I can't tell him about your whereabouts." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded and cupped his hands with a smile. Then, "Thank you, old mister. I wonder where Mr. Xiao Yan is heading to this time. If possible, my Lu family may be able to help you." The extreme south. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan still spoke of the place that his group was heading to. Hiss. The extreme south, the territory of the three sects of the southern mountain range? From here to the extreme south, I'm afraid that it will take quite a long time. Even with your speed. Luya was slightly surprised as he looked at the 7 people present. Soon after, he looked at the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling and continued to say, "I'm afraid that without half a month's time, it will be very difficult to reach." With regards to this, Xiao Yan and the rest could only helplessly nod their heads. If it wasn't because of this, they wouldn't have set off nearly a month in advance. But, Mr. Xiao Yan, you have come to my Lutsang city this time. It can be said that you have come to the right place. Immediately after, Luya grinned and said, "That's right. To tell you the truth, my Lu family has been known for raising flying beasts for generations in this Lutsang city. Our guests are from all over the southern mountain range. If Mr. is willing, I can use my Lu family's flying beasts to bring you to the extreme south. The time will definitely be much faster." Hearing Luya's words, Xiao Yan's face instantly revealed a joyous expression. It had to be said that before they set off, he had indeed considered using a flying beast. Although he had the intention to forcefully capture one in the forest, due to the magical beast's low cultivation, their speed was not as fast as them. Therefore, he could only helplessly give up on this idea. At this moment, Luya's words brought them another opportunity. If they were able to use a flying beast as a means of transportation, their journey would definitely be much easier. At the same time, they could also use it to avoid some unnecessary trouble. It was an extremely good choice. Chapter 1158. Since old Mr. is so enthusiastic, I will respectfully accept. Upon hearing Luya's words, Xiao Yan was delighted. With the help of a flying beast, their journey would definitely be much easier. From a certain point of view, this allowed Xiao Yan to heave a sigh of relief. Cuckoo, Mr. Xiao Yan is too courteous. When one is outside, making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for oneself. It is always good to make more friends. Why don't everyone rest in my mansion for the night? Tomorrow, the old me will bring everyone to choose a flying beast. Each flying beast's cultivation level was different, hence, their traveling speed was naturally different. There was no need for Luya to explain this point. However, Xiao Yan and the rest were still a little hesitant about staying at the Lu family residence. Mr. Xiao Yan, please do not misunderstand. The reason why I want you all to take a look tomorrow is because my Lin family's flying beasts are located outside the city. Everyone is already tired from traveling and this old man has disturbed you all. Therefore, I would like to invite you all to stay at my residence for the night. This can be considered as an apology and also a way to make friends. What do you think, Xiao Yan? Luya's turbid old eyes swept over Luo Jin and the others. Finally, they once again returned to Xiao Yan. He clearly understood that any decision of this group of people in front of him was decided by Xiao Yan. Since old Mr. is so generous, I will thank you in advance. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan stood up from his seat and clasped his hands towards Luya. Immediately, Luo Jin and the rest behind him also stood up and courteously greeted Luya. That day, Xiao Yan and the rest stayed at the Lu family residence. At night, Luya even ordered for a banquet to be prepared and warmly entertained Xiao Yan and the rest. This night could be considered lively and lively. However, what Xiao Yan could not forget the most was the incomparably happy and satisfied smile on Luya's old face before he returned to his room to rest. This smile caused Xiao Yan to secretly feel nervous for the entire night. The next day. At dawn, Xiao Yan and the rest left the city under the lead of Luya and Lu Changsheng. Not long after, they arrived at a gorge. Before they had even entered the gorge, everyone could already sense a thick stench in the air. This smell was simply nauseating. Ha, please don't be offended. This smell isn't real blood. It's just that we bought some medicinal powder at a high price in order to prevent high-level magical beasts from causing trouble here. We scattered the medicinal powder all over the canyon, which is why it's like this. Luya's words answered Xiao Yan and the group's questions. It was no wonder why the smell of blood was so thick. Magical beasts. Magical beasts. When the group of people stepped into the canyon, it was just as Luya had said. The blood qi only surrounded the periphery of the canyon. After entering the canyon, it completely dispersed. At the same time, within the canyon, numerous tall buildings appeared before the eyes of the people present. The slope on both sides of the gorge was cut into a couple of huge platforms. A huge bridge was hung from the cliff, connecting the two sides of the gorge. What caused Xiao Yan and the others to be surprised was that below the bridge, there were actually pavilions that were suspended horizontally in the air. The roofs of tens of pavilions were joined together to form this huge bridge. At this moment, there were quite a few bird-type magical beasts constantly flying below the bridge. Some of them were being controlled by people, while others were flying freely. They seemed quite carefree. Besides Xiao Yan, Luya giggled as he looked at the surprised expressions on Xiao Yan and the rest's faces. He could not help but reveal a sliver of pride on his old face. Ha, this bridge was built by my Lu family's ancestors. Although the building itself was made of ordinary materials, the ingenious structure between them allowed these buildings to form a bridge. Not only can it allow people to walk, it can even support the weight of our flying magical beasts. When he mentioned the buildings in the air, the old man's voice was filled with pride. However, just as he finished speaking, under the strange gazes of Xiao Yan and the rest, the middle of the bridge suddenly broke apart with a akacha sound. The bird-type magical beast that had just stopped on it flew up like a startled horse. Pfft! Behind Xiao Yan, the originally calm fairy doctor suddenly could not help but laugh out loud. Even with the fairy doctor's temperament, she was unable to restrain herself from such a comical scene. This bird was called the purple-winged bird. It was the lightest of all the large bird-type magical beasts. Even it could not support the weight of the buildings in the air, let alone the other magical beasts. Cough cough, at this moment, Luya's old face could not help but turn slightly hot as he coughed dryly. The family's business has been pretty good these past few years and has fattened up these fellows. Rubbing his old face, Luya turned his head to look at Lu Changsheng and curled his lips. Changsheng, from today onwards, double the amount of training for these flying magical beasts. With these words, Lu Changsheng was immediately speechless. Xiao Yan and the rest could not help but smile at each other. Soon after, they continued deeper into the canyon under Luya's lead. Just as Xiao Yan's group was about to approach the loft in the sky, Xiao Yan's group saw a young lady wearing a long blue dress pass through the corridor on the cliff wall as the few of them looked around. Seeing this woman, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin's eyebrows immediately twitched. Astonishment involuntarily flashed across their eyes. Late origin transformation realm. She's not old, but her cultivation is very strong. Ha, I'm afraid her cultivation is a bit higher than mine. Luo Jin grinned as he looked at the woman's figure that was about to disappear with interest. He shook his head and continued forward. Ha, Mr. Xiao Yan, you should also understand that the flying magical beasts have different cultivations, so their travel speeds are naturally different as well. The strongest flying magical beasts raised by my Lu family are comparable to mid-origin transformation experts. At full speed, it would take around 10 days to travel from my Lutsang city to the south. Are you all willing? Luya led Xiao Yan and the others to a platform. From there, they could overlook the entire canyon. Immediately, the originally huge platforms and magic beasts became much smaller. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble Mr. Clasping his hands, Xiao Yan smiled gratefully. Ha, Mr. Xiao Yan is too polite. 300 spiritual stones per person. Just as Xiao Yan cupped his hands together with a grateful face, Luya's old face was filled with smiles. With a smiling face, he handed over a storage ring to Xiao Yan with both hands. Immediately, the faces of Xiao Yan and the people behind him froze. Their faces were filled with confusion. When had this old man ever mentioned that the flying magical beasts would cost money? Chapter 1159. On the huge platform, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin stared at each other with their large eyes and small eyes. Their faces were filled with a stunned expression. The scene in front of them had really caught them off guard. Old sir, you, haha, Mr. Xiao Yan, your stay in my Lu family for a night and a night of banquet will be 200 spiritual stones per person. The origin transformation flying beast will be 300 spiritual stones per person. Seeing that we are fated, I decided to waive the cost of food and accommodation for you. The remaining cost will be 300 spiritual stones per person, totaling up to 2,100 spiritual stones. Before the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, Luya's face was filled with an innocent smile as he began to calculate by himself. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan became even more speechless. He looked at Luo Jin to the side and the latter actually smiled in ridicule. Although this old man seemed to have the intention of swindling them, it was actually not a big deal. At the very least, he did not purposefully harm them. Otherwise, they would not be standing there without doing anything. Seeing that Luo Jin actually did not care about it, Xiao Yan felt even more helpless in his heart. Putting aside whether he would give it to him or not, just based on this amount alone, 2,100 spirit stones were only around 1,800 or so even if all the spirit stones in his storage ring were added together. How could he afford to pay this cheating old man? Turning his head to look at the fairy doctor, Xiao Yan discovered that the latter was currently suppressing a smile as she looked at him, as if she was very pleased that he had been defeated. This awkward situation was truly difficult to deal with. He never imagined that even the fairy doctor would not help him. As for Bai Hua, he had lived and eaten as he pleased in the Lu family. He did not have any spiritual stones on him, so how could he afford it? There are 2,100 spiritual stones in this storage ring. At this moment, Mu Ling, who was at the back of the group, suddenly stepped forward. His hand handed over a storage ring and placed it in Luya's hand. This scene, which was like sending charcoal in snowy weather, immediately caused Xiao Yan to look at him with gratitude. Seeing this, Mu Ling respectfully smiled before turning around and retreating. To the side, Zhou Tai could not help but be secretly speechless as he looked at his disciple. After receiving the money, Luya immediately returned to normal. He counted the number of spiritual stones in the storage ring before dryly laughing and leading Xiao Yan and the rest to where the flying beasts they needed were located. High-class flying beasts were different from ordinary flying beasts. In comparison, they needed quiet cultivation. Although they provided assistance to humans, humans also needed a large amount of resources to raise their cultivation. It was also because of this tacit understanding that both sides had always been at peace. Otherwise, no matter how gentle the magical beasts were, the wildness in their blood would definitely not allow them to be at ease and obey the orders of humans. This time, Xiao Yan and the rest wanted to rent a wind vulture. This fellow was of the same lineage as the griffins and had a gentle temperament. However, unlike the griffins, the wind vulture surpassed the griffins in terms of speed. As a result, the wind vulture was the first choice for long-distance flying beasts in most clans. However, when Xiaoyan's group arrived at this place, they found out from the mouth of the manager that there was only one origin transformation class flying beast left today. Moreover, this flying beast had been chosen by another person first. Since the other party had already made their choice, even if Luya were to step forward, it would be impossible to take it back. Since they were doing business, the first thing they needed was fairness. If Luya were to take back the right to use this flying beast for Xiaoyan's group, it was likely that the reputation of the Lu clan would be greatly affected. What surprised Xiaoyan and Luo Jin was that the person who had taken the right to use the flying beast before them was the beautiful woman they had caught a glimpse of earlier. It's actually her. Following the guidance of the in-charge, Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked over. At this moment, a lady wearing a long blue dress was standing in front of the huge magical beast that was crawling on the ground, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Her alluring red lips were slightly curled, revealing a satisfied arc. As if she had sensed Xiaoyan's gaze, the woman immediately turned her head. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with sharpness instantly locked onto Xiaoyan's body. Immediately, an indifferent aura that kept people 1,000 miles away was emitted, causing Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's expressions to change slightly. The appearance of this woman was extremely young. Her clear and moving face seemed to have been carefully sculpted. A pair of beautiful eyes that were as dark as a deep pool flickered with a sharp luster, causing people to not dare to look directly at her. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and there seemed to be a cold murderous aura between her brows, causing people to not dare to be frivolous. Although her curvaceous body was wrapped in a long dress, it was still enough to cause people's hearts to burn. Even with Luo Jin's calm state of mind, he was still somewhat moved when he saw this woman today. At this moment, a cold snort that was filled with resentment suddenly sounded from behind them. Xiaoyan's and Xiaoyan's bodies immediately quivered. The two brothers immediately recovered. At the moment when they raised their heads, they subconsciously used their hands to rub their noses. They exchanged glances with one another and their old faces turned red. Only then did the two of them take a step forward, bow to that woman, cupped their hands together and said, "This young lady, the two of us have no intention to offend you. We only wish to ask if you are willing to give this flying beast to us." "No." After coldly replying, the woman swept her gaze over Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's bodies. After which, she glanced at the little fairy doctor behind them. After which, the tip of her foot gently pressed on the ground. Her delicate body gracefully somersaulted in the air, and she stood steadily on the back of the flying beast. "Young lady, let's go." This time, before Xiaoyan could say anything, the woman standing on the back of the flying beast gave the order. The flying beast under her feet immediately spread its wings and rose. After pausing in mid-air for a few seconds, it leaped into the sky and flew towards the outside of the canyon. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan felt somewhat helpless in his heart. To the side, Luya looked at the woman who had stood up and left. As he gazed at the wind vulture beast that had swiftly disappeared from his sight, his eyes turned. However, his expression did not change as he first kept the storage ring in his hand. "What do we do now? Without this flying beast, we can only choose other slower beasts." Behind them, the giant ape that had transformed into human form gently scratched his head. He stepped forward and looked at the other flying beasts in the distance. His mouth twitched as a look of disdain surged in his arrogant eyes. Even he looked down on these low-tier magical beasts, let alone Xiaoyan. However, if he really had no other choice, for the sake of the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling's feelings, he could only use this method. ****, Luya helplessly sighed. However, at this moment, Lu Changsheng, who had walked over from the side, rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, there is still one more origin transformation flying beast." However. Chapter 1160. Actually, our Lu family still has a flying beast above the origin transformation realm. It's just that, at this moment, Lu Changsheng's tone was a little hesitant as he slowly spoke a short distance behind Xiaoyan's group. "Changsheng, what's wrong?" Luya immediately understood what Lu Changsheng was referring to. He could not help but scold him. What? So you still have an origin transformation realm flying beast? Then why did you say that it was the last one? Glancing at the frowning Luya, Xiao Yan could sense that something was not right. Afterwards, he looked back at Lu Changsheng. He would definitely be able to learn something from him. Mr. Xiao Yan, our Lu family does indeed have another flying beast. It's just that it stopped carrying people many years ago. With a sigh, Lu Changsheng ignored Lu Ya's stern gaze and continued to speak. Oh. Why is that? Is it because it's too old? If that was the case, there was nothing he could ask for. An old flying beast was like an old man past his prime. They needed it and it was worthy of respect. That's not it. It's just that, it's because that fellow is just too stubborn. Even I am unable to control it. However, our Lu family owes its father, which is why we have kept it alive until now. Mr. Xiao Yan, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that no one can control this fellow. Before Lu Changsheng could finish speaking, Luya interrupted him. Luya's somewhat hoarse words revealed a trace of helplessness and a bitter smile. He was a mighty returnance expert, yet he was actually helpless against an origin transformation realm flying beast. If news of this were to spread, he would probably become a laughing stock. Oh. There's actually something like that? Even you can't control it? Luya raised an eyebrow. He had never thought that even a returnance expert like Luya would be unable to control a flying beast. It was no wonder that he had purposefully stopped Lu Changsheng earlier. No one would be able to spread such a shameful matter. Sigh, the little fellow was rather docile in the beginning. However, once it reached adulthood, the viciousness in its bloodline could no longer be suppressed. That's why its personality changed so drastically. No one can do anything to it now. Luya helplessly sighed. He was extremely reluctant to part with the beast. After all, an origin transformation realm flying beast was extremely profitable. Raising it all these years had wasted quite a bit of resources. If it were not for this fellow's ancestor, he probably would not have been able to stop himself from expelling it from the Lu clan. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, Xiao Yan came to a sudden realization. Luya was right. There was indeed a portion of magical beasts with special bloodlines. After they reached adulthood, the bloodline in their bodies would awaken. While it would increase their cultivation, there was also a possibility that it would change their personality. The hostility that was originally suppressed in the bottom of their hearts would gradually appear as the magical beasts matured. Evidently, what Luya said belonged to the latter category. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to take us to see it. Although Luya had already explained the reason, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan became interested. A magical beast that possessed a special bloodline was a species with a relatively high status within the magical beast world. It was naturally difficult to tame it. However, if they could really tame it, Xiao Yan believed that their subsequent journey would definitely be much faster than what they had originally planned. Luya was stunned at first when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He originally planned on persuading the former, but when he thought of the spirit stones in his hand, he swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. He called for Lu Changsheng to lead the way and Xiao Yan's group followed him into the depths of the gorge. This time, the group of people actually passed through a tunnel and entered the mountain of the canyon. Very quickly, they saw the flying beast that Luya had mentioned. The interior of the huge cave was especially spacious. It was over 100 feet in length and width. Looking up, the dome above their heads was actually a huge patio. Sunlight shone down from above and after a few refractions on the rock walls, the entire cave was lit up. Around the cave, near the walls, one could see countless discarded spirit stones. These spirit stones were piled up like a mountain, but the energy within them had long been sucked dry. At the first sight of these spirit stones, even with Luya's mental fortitude, the muscles on his old face could not help but twitch. To the Lu clan, this amount of spiritual stones was equivalent to several years of profit for the Lu clan. However, in order to feed the giant beast before them, they had no choice. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's group could not help but reveal a shocked expression. They did not expect that feeding a flying beast would consume such a large amount of spirit stones. Immediately after, everyone's gaze fell on the huge beast that was lying in the middle of the cave and covered in sunlight. The entire body of this flying beast was extremely huge, and the feathers all over its body were as red as blood. Under the reflection of the sunlight, as the giant bird's body rose and fell slightly, it actually looked like a ball of raging flames from afar. The huge bird's eyes were closed and golden feathers were flung out from the corners of its eyes, giving it an invisible domineering aura. What surprised Xiao Yan the most was that on top of this huge bird's crown, there was a bunch of golden feathers that stood up high. Under the surrounding sunlight, it bloomed with a flame-like glow and swayed slightly, making it feel even more real. This is a blood flame bird. It's actually a blood flame bird. When Xiao Yan and the rest saw this huge beast for the first time, they immediately recognized the latter's identity. The blood flame bird had an extremely high status within the magical beast clans. At its peak, even the Azure Phoenix clan had to show some respect to them. Unfortunately, as time passed, the blood flame bird clan had already declined. Traces of the blood flame bird had long disappeared from the continent. Who would have thought that he would actually see one here today? Moreover, the other party was a flying beast. If this was known by the ancestors of the blood flame bird, they would probably jump out of their graves in anger. Buzz! Just as Xiao Yan's group called out the name of this enormous bird, the latter's tightly shut beast eyes were instantly opened. Its blood-like scarlet eyes were filled with a wisp of gold. Its sharp eyes, which were filled with a murderous aura, instantly leaped over Xiao Yan's group and paused on the enormous ape behind them. Roar! Where did this monkey come from? How dare you call me by my name? Chapter 1161. BZZ. As the blood flame bird let out a low roar, a powerful aura violently unfurled from its body, forming an invisible wave of qi that pressed towards Xiao Yan and the rest. Humph! Your tone is rather overbearing. Your blood flame bird clan was indeed glorious back then, but you've long since fallen. The glorious era that belonged to you has already passed, so please retract your arrogance. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to act, the Tongtian giant ape immediately leapt forward, blocking in front of Xiao Yan and the rest. Its body jerked as a powerful aura immediately unfurled from its body, forcefully blocking the incoming wave of qi. Rumble, the shockwaves unfurled, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Many of the flying beasts and human experts in the outside world were frightened by this. You're courting death. At this moment, the blood flame bird in the cave was enraged by the Tongtian giant ape's roar. Its originally lying body suddenly jerked as it unfurled its wings, causing a fiery hurricane to unfurl. Sand and rocks were immediately sent flying as countless discarded spirit stones were swept up by the hurricane and smashed towards Xiao Yan and the rest. Dazzling sun flames. Accompanied by a roar, the blood flame bird's beak immediately spat out raging flames. The flames covered the stones, and the stones were immediately burned until they were transparent. The blazing flames wrapped around each stone, and it was like a meteor shower that angrily smashed down. Shatter! The Tongtian giant ape was not the slightest bit afraid. Genesis Qi surged out from its body, immediately covering its fists as it waved its arms. Ear-piercing fist winds accompanied it as it shattered the incoming flaming rocks. Bang! However, a pillar of flame quickly pierced through space, ruthlessly slamming into the Tongtian giant ape's body as it recovered from its shock after shattering the last rock. Frighteningly high temperatures instantly incinerated the clothes on the Tongtian giant ape's body, causing his skin to turn charred black in the blink of an eye. Terrifying flames continued to ravage his body. Wild monkey who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, get out! As the shout rang out once again, the fiery light pillar that landed on the giant ape's body grew even stronger. Soon after, with a bang, the giant ape was sent flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the blood flame bird did not seem to want to stop here. When the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, a few flaming feathers shot out, chasing after the giant ape that had already been blasted back. Ding ding ding. Soon after, a black figure flashed past and those fire feathers that broke through the air were completely blocked. Everyone raised their heads to take a look. Xiao Yan was standing in the empty air. His hand was holding a black ruler as his gaze stared at the enormous bird in front of him in a somewhat dense manner. Those were just my greetings to you. Now, I only hope that you can cooperate with us. Xiao Yan said faintly. With a flip of his hand, the dark heavy buster sword in his hand was kept into the storage ring. Human. Do you want to meddle in other people's business? Fear immediately appeared in the blood flame bird's eyes when it faced Xiao Yan. Obviously, it could sense that the human before it was at returnance. He was not someone it could compare to. However, it could tell from Xiao Yan's words that the humans before it had clearly come to seek its help. However, since that was the case, Xiao Yan would never kill it. Not to mention, Luya was present as well, so there was nothing for it to fear. He's our friend. If you want to harm him, I obviously have to stop you. Xiao Yan's voice remained indifferent, but a sliver of coldness gradually appeared in his eyes as he stared at the blood flame bird. Swish! Soon after, the enormous body of the blood fire bird suddenly disappeared from the empty space. At the same time, an enormous beast claw suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. It tore through the empty space in the blink of an eye and violently grabbed at Xiao Yan's body. If this attack were to land, it was likely that even with Xiao Yan's physical body, he would end up seriously injured. However, the result was that after the beast claw streaked across the sky, it did not touch anything. What? He disappeared. How did he? In the empty void, a cry of disbelief suddenly rang out. Are you trying to say that with my speed, how was I able to dodge your attack? As a mutated species, the blood flame bird possessed a natural advantage when it came to speed. Coupled with its long years of cultivation, even regular late origin transformation experts could match the speed of returnance experts in terms of speed, let alone the blood flame bird that had reached the peak of late origin transformation. Logically speaking, regular returnance experts would not be able to dodge it if they were careless. However, at this moment, boom! Xiao Yan raised his right leg high. A strike from above landed in an instant. Soon after, the originally empty space suddenly caved in. An enormous body also suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Afterward, the blood flame bird's huge body was buried under the rocks of the cave with a great boom. How is this possible? Even now, the blood flame bird was still filled with disbelief. However, Xiao Yan could not be bothered to pay attention to it. He hovered in the air and looked down at the blood flame bird that was buried under the rocks. He slowly said, I'll give you two choices right now. 1. Come with us obediently and take us to the extreme south. 2. I'll beat you until you listen to me obediently and take us to the extreme south yourself. Human, don't you dare, boom. However, before the blood flame bird could finish its rebuttal, a violent bombardment suddenly fell from above its head. The powerful force instantly buried the blood flame bird's body deep into the ground. The entire mountain shook violently, and two huge cracks immediately appeared on the sky well, splitting the mountain into two. Luya and Lu Changsheng couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw such an explosive action. This guy, isn't he a little too vicious? Xiao Yan's actions will only make this guy even more violent. It will definitely not listen to him. Moreover, if something really happens to the blood flame bird, then, at this point, Lu Changsheng could not help but cast a fearful gaze at Luya. If something really happened to the blood flame bird, their Lu family would be in trouble. Bang 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 bang. In the cave, Xiao Yan held one of the blood flame bird's claws in one hand. As he waved his arm, a powerful force leaked out. The blood flame bird's huge body was smashed left and right by Xiao Yan like an inanimate object. This caused the entire mountain to tilt to the sides and the empty cave to be completely exposed under the sun. The merciless smashing continued for nearly 2 hours. The blood flame bird was already smashed to the point of dizziness and its consciousness was on the verge of collapse. However, from the beginning to the end, this guy still refused to cooperate with Xiao Yan's request. In the face of this fellow's stubborn character, even Xiao Yan felt somewhat helpless for an instant. It was unexpected that this fellow would rather die than submit. It was also possible that he knew that Xiao Yan would definitely not dare to kill him, which was why his attitude was so firm. Seeing this scene, Lu Ye and Lu Changshen could not help but sigh in their hearts. Fortunately, the blood flame bird's life was not threatened. Other than that, they did not care about anything else. As long as the blood flame bird did not die, they did not care how Xiao Yan dealt with it. After all, the spirit stones were already in their hands. What Xiao Yan did was to help them deal with this mixed-haired bird. Naturally, he could not kill it. However, if he did not do so, this beast would definitely not obediently cooperate. On top of the anxiety in his heart, a thought suddenly flashed in Xiao Yan's mind. Soon after, a mocking smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Damned beast! In the end, you still won't cooperate. Words that were filled with fury leaped out from Xiao Yan's mouth. From this, one could see the fury in his heart. After being repeatedly smashed, this fellow was still unwilling to give in. It was really difficult for one to not get angry. Kid, if you have the ability, then kill Grandpa. Otherwise, Grandpa will definitely make you pay the price. The blood flame bird used the last of its strength to roar. Compared to Xiao Yan, it was truly angry in its heart. Since I can't kill you and you won't cooperate with me, then there is only one way, Old Yuan. Come and hold it down for me. Today, I will pluck this mixed-haired bird's feathers. Chapter 1162. Roar. Following Xiao Yan's low roar, the scorched heaven-reaching ape at the back of the crowd suddenly roared. Its body shook, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original form. It waved its arms, and a powerful force shook the heavens, shattering the rocks on both sides. Then, its huge body leapt forward, and in an instant, it covered the sky above everyone's heads. The heaven-reaching ape tightly grabbed the bloody flame bird's claws with one hand, while the other hand mercilessly smashed down. Bang! A powerful force crazily poured down, and the bloody flame bird's body was instantly flattened by this powerful force. Its huge body was once again buried under the rubble. Without this body of feathers, what difference is there between you and a chicken? Bang! With a low roar, the heaven-reaching ape once again smashed down with its fist, fiercely smashing into the bloody flame bird's body. A loud muffled sound rang out, and the powerful force caused the already shattered mountain to shake violently. At this time, the bloody flame bird had completely lost all strength to resist, and even speaking was extremely difficult. In the distant void, Lu Ye and the rest had already retreated from this battle area. At this moment, they were also watching this explosive battle. From time to time, their faces would reveal expressions of worry and comfort. This bloody flame bird had not done anything in his family all these years, and had even used up a lot of the family's resources. If not for his consideration of his ancestors, Lu Ye really wanted to violently beat this fellow up. Now that he saw the current state in front of him, as long as the bloody flame bird did not die, a little suffering and some external injuries were nothing. From the beginning until now, although Xiao Yan and the heaven-reaching ape's attacks looked incomparably fierce, from the beginning to the end, they had only relied on their physical strength to teach the bloody flame bird a lesson, and had not harmed its life. The resistance of magical beasts was much stronger than that of ordinary humans. This was something that everyone knew. However, before taking action, Xiao Yan seemed to have forgotten that although he was a human, his physical strength was much more terrifying than some magical beasts that specialized in physical strength. After that, Xiao Yan asked the giant ape to lift the bloody flame bird up. At this moment, the bloody flame bird's head was in a daze, and it was on the verge of losing consciousness. It was only because Xiao Yan deliberately held back that it didn't pass out. Xiao Yan stood in the void. His human physique was a stark contrast to the two beasts in front of him. However, everyone present knew very well that this seemingly small body contained a power that made them tremble. Even the great ape, who was as strong as the great ape, had lost its temper in front of Xiao Yan. Mammoth art. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. A golden light that shot to the sky immediately erupted from within his body. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into an enormous golden body that stood between the broken walls. The large body immediately eliminated the feeling of disparity from a moment ago. Soon after, a huge golden hand gently landed on the bloody flame bird's head, grabbing a handful of golden feathers. Even at this moment, the feathers still gave off a golden glow, making them appear especially noble. I'll ask you one last time. Will you obediently lead the way for us, or do you want me to pluck out all the feathers on your body? Xiao Yan opened his mouth once again, his tone deliberately heavier, making the threat even thicker. If he could, he naturally would not pluck out all the feathers on the bloody flame bird. There was definitely a reason why the Lu family had been able to feed the bloody flame bird for so many years. If he really did pluck out all the feathers on the bloody flame bird's body, that old fellow Lu Ye's attitude would immediately change. Sure enough, when Lu Ye saw Xiao Yan place his hand on the bloody flame bird's head, the Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body stealthily began to circulate. His eyes were tightly glued to the movements of Xiao Yan's hand, but the words that were already at the tip of his tongue were still stubbornly stuck in his throat. He also hoped that Xiao Yan's words were merely a threat and not an actual attack. Otherwise, no matter how many spirit stones Xiao Yan gave him, he would have no choice but to intercept them. You dare. After panting for a long time, the bloody flame bird finally spat out a sentence with great difficulty. You'll know whether I dare or not after you try. In response, Xiao Yan merely smiled mockingly. The huge golden hand exerted a little force and the bundle of golden feathers was caught in the palm of his hand. The skin on the bloody flame bird's head was immediately pulled up, a tearing pain immediately causing the bloody flame bird to return to its senses. At this moment, if Xiao Yan exerted even a little more force, the bundle of feathers would likely be viciously ripped off. No. Don't, you can't take my feathers. You can't pull them out, then you're willing to bring us to the extreme south. Sensing that Xiao Yan was actually going to pull off his feather crown, the bloody flame bird's heart was instantly filled with fear. This feather crown was a symbol of his bloody flame bird race's dignity. If it was pulled off by Xiao Yan just like that, wouldn't it be no different from trampling on his dignity? This was something that he absolutely could not accept. While he was anxious in his heart, Xiao Yan slightly increased the strength of his hand. The expression on Lu Ye's old face also became nervous. The bloody flame bird's mood was also extremely anxious. However, while he was still hesitating, he suddenly noticed the main point in Xiao Yan's words. The extreme south. The place that Xiao Yan and his group wanted to go was actually the extreme south. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Immediately, the bloody flame bird, who was originally still struggling, loudly agreed to Xiao Yan's request. Okay. I promise you that I will bring you to the extreme south. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Xiao Yan's face as he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Who would have known that several beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, which was enveloped by the golden light. If the bloody flame bird still refused to submit at this point, Xiao Yan and the rest would have no choice but to switch to another flying beast. Fortunately, he had finally obtained the answer he wanted. After Xiao Yan withdrew his hand, the giant ape unwillingly threw away the bloody flame bird in its hand. At the same time, the Genesis Qi circulating in Lu Ye's meridian channels gradually receded as the tension in his heart finally relaxed. Although he was also a dissolute person, he was very clear-cut about everything. If Xiao Yan's actions would affect his Lu clan's interests, he would not care about the young man's identity or methods. Fortunately, Xiao Yan did not force him to take such a step. After dealing with the flying beast, Xiao Yan turned his gaze back towards Lu Ye and the rest. His gaze paused on Lu Ye's body for a moment before Xiao Yan pursed his lips into a smile. Given his senses, he had naturally sensed the changes in the Genesis chi in Lu Ya's body earlier. However, at this point, nothing else mattered anymore. Everyone, prepare to set off. Chapter 1163. Although the blood flame bird had been beaten up by Xiao Yan, it was only a superficial wound. It did not cause too much damage to the blood flame bird. As a result, the group did not stay any longer after the blood flame bird agreed to Xiao Yan's request. They all leapt onto the back of the blood flame bird and set off again after bidding farewell to Lu Ya. Sigh, Lu Ya finally let out a long sigh as he gazed in the direction that Xiao Yan's group had left in. At least he's fine. If something had happened to him, I really wouldn't have been able to explain it to his father. Lu Ya's heart palpitated when he thought back to the extremely dangerous scene from before. Ancestor, this Xiao Yan, he's not a simple character. Based on his previous attacks, no matter if it's speed or strength, they're all above mine. He's so young, yet he possesses such terrifying combat strength. Ha, I've never heard of such a figure in the southern region before. Lu Changsheng was immediately surprised when he heard his ancestor's evaluation of Xiao Yan. He never thought that Xiao Yan's battle prowess would be so great that even his ancestor would not be his opponent. But if that's the case, why doesn't ancestor allow our clan to interact with him more? Since the other party was a genius with such frightening cultivation talent and combat strength, under normal circumstances, ordinary factions would do their best to befriend him. However, before this, Lu Ya had warned Lu Changsheng not to make too much contact with him. In fact, Lu Ya had initially been rather unwilling regarding the matter of the blood flame bird. I know that you're doing this for the clan, but it's exactly because this kid's talent is just too dazzling that our Lu family needs to distance ourselves from him. You need to understand that he's not just facing the Sea Cloud Palace right now. According to what I know, there seems to be a great hand behind Fu Yulong controlling everything. Otherwise, why would the Sea Cloud Palace expand so recklessly with their strength? There will never be a lack of so-called returnance experts on the continent. Lu Ya squinted his eyes in the air. A sliver of helplessness appeared in the depths of his muddy eyes. Xiao Yan's talent was indeed admirable, but before he truly matured, he did not dare to gamble with the future of the Lu family. Alright, let's go back. Lu Ya slowly turned around and was about to leave. However, when his gaze swept over the area, he saw the mountain peak that had already been destroyed into ruins. The expression on his old face was immediately stunned. The valley had only become like this after hundreds of years of work by the ancestors of the Lu family. However, Xiao Yan's group had turned everything into ruins in just a short moment. Half of Lu Ya's old face could not help but twitch. After a long while, he suddenly turned his head and shouted. Chase after him. Get him back and make him pay for it. His roar was like a clap of thunder. Unfortunately, he had already left. It was too late to chase after him now. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had already passed since they had left Lutsang City. With the blood flame bird as a flying beast, Xiao Yan's group could be said to be very relaxed. Using an advanced origin transformation magical beast as a flying beast. This kind of action could be said to be extremely extravagant. Other than a small number of large factions in the southern region, there were hardly anyone who could receive such treatment. Hence, Xiao Yan's group attracted the attention of quite a number of experts when they passed by some of the larger cities along the way. If Xiao Yan had not urged the blood flame bird to leave quickly, it was likely that they would not have been able to avoid some trouble. At this very moment, the blood flame bird was currently unfurling its large wings. It leisurely flew through the clouds. Its wings would gently tremble from time to time, causing its forward speed to suddenly increase by a lot. Xiao Yan and the others were seated cross-legged on the back of the blood flame bird. Both of their eyes were tightly shut, and they were using this short period of time to slowly train. The whistling sound of wind sounded beside their ears, but Xiao Yan acted as though he did not hear it. Although the wind in front of him was extremely strong, it did not even cause the black robe that Xiao Yan was wearing to flutter even a little from the beginning until the end. At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body seemed like a statue. If it were not for the slight breathing from his nose, it really would have been difficult for others to notice. To one side, the fairy doctor was also completely immersed in her cultivation, working hard to increase her cultivation. Ever since Xiao Yan had brought her back from the mountain forest, the fairy doctor had worked even harder in her cultivation. Her degree of diligence even caused people to involuntarily feel pity for her. Everything she did was because she hoped to use all the time she had to increase her cultivation in order to help Xiao Yan. Even though she currently had the puppet that Xiao Yan had given her, the fairy doctor clearly understood that the puppet was after all an external object. Without sufficient strength, even the puppet would not be able to protect her. On this point, the Tian brothers that Xiao Yan had killed had already perfectly demonstrated this to them. However, at this moment, the most leisurely person among these people was probably Luo Jin. Due to the special nature of his cultivation method, almost all of his strength came from heavenly treasures. Relying on ordinary cultivation methods to obtain strength was much slower than ordinary people. Therefore, rather than doing such boring things, he was more willing to comfortably admire the scenery of this world. At the same time, a person's figure would appear in Luo Jin's mind from time to time. Every frown and every smile, even if it was just a chance encounter, was unforgettable. Standing at the front of the group, Luo Jin turned his head to look at the huge pure white cloud in the distance. The thick cloud layer was like a mountain. Unknowingly, the thick white cloud that was like a mountain had actually transformed into a fair and beautiful face. Foolishly looking at the white cloud that was disappearing into the distance, Luo Jin's face revealed a silly smile. Suddenly, a wave of subtle energy explosion sounded in his ears. As the sound and aura of the energy fluctuation gradually approached, Xiao Yan, Zhou Tai and the rest opened their eyes one after another. When they raised their heads, Xiao Yan saw Luo Jin's silly smile and was slightly startled. He could not help but reveal a strange expression on his face. What, has this guy become stupid from being blown by the wind? Xiao Yan jokingly scolded. The few people behind Xiao Yan immediately laughed out loud. Only the fairy doctor stared at Luo Jin's eyes as if she was deep in thought. Something seems to have happened up ahead. Everyone, fly slower and try to go around them. Xiao Yan was already used to such sudden situations and naturally did not need to pay attention to them. He reminded the blood flame bird before raising his head to look ahead, preparing to go around the battle zone. Boom boom boom, the closer they got, the more obvious the collision sounds in the sky in front of them became. At the same time, cold laughter and angry curses were transmitted into the ears of Xiao Yan's group. However, the expression on Luo Jin's face, which had just recovered its calmness, suddenly became anxious when he heard the sound. The Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body also began to rise. Chapter 1164. Tens of thousands of feet high in the sky, thick white clouds drifted across the horizon like snowy peaks. Sunlight scattered down, making the vast space above the clouds appear especially spectacular and beautiful. At this current moment, the blood flame bird that Xiao Yan and the rest were riding on was flying forward at a slow pace. Only when they heard the intense energy explosion did the group gradually slow down. Xiao Yan had originally planned on circling around the area. Rather than face the enemy head-on, it was better not to see them at all. However, it was stopped by Luo Jin by the side. Although he did not clearly state the reason, he ordered the blood flame bird to fly toward the battleground in front. This unusual point caused Xiao Yan to be extremely surprised. Luo Jin was usually even more cautious than Zhou Yuan. Why had he become so aggressive today? Despite knowing that there was a huge battle ahead, he chose not to avoid it. This was indeed strange. After a short period of time, the area in front of Xiao Yan's group finally became spacious and empty. Not a single cloud could be seen in the boundless sky. The thick layer of clouds had long been scattered by the energy blasts. At this very moment, 4 figures were rapidly flying through the sky in Xiao Yan's and the rest's line of sight. The occasional collisions caused the land to tremble as wave after wave of astonishing energy unfurled in all directions. When the enormous storm arrived in front of Xiao Yan's group, it was easily dispersed by a low roar from the blood flame bird. 3 of the 4 people were wearing long gray robes. One could tell at a glance that the remaining person was a woman. She was wearing a long blue dress. The thing that surprised Xiao Yan was that this woman was the woman he had seen in the gorge a couple of days ago. "It's her!" gasped in surprise. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's gaze involuntarily landed on Luo Jin's body as suspicion grew in his heart. "Humph, stinking girl, I advise you not to make any more pointless struggles. If you want to safely leave, leave behind your storage ring and flying beast. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." In the sky, the 3 middle-aged men in gray robes continuously flashed through the air. Genesis Chi rapidly circulated in their bodies as vicious Do skills were continuously unleashed, viciously smashing towards the woman in blue. "Humph! Despicable! If not for the 3 of you joining forces, you will not be my match." The Genesis Chi in her body was still rapidly being exhausted. In the face of the powerful Do skills that were about to reach her, the ice-like crystal-clear longsword in her hand swiftly danced. Genesis Chi shot out, barely managing to receive the trio's attacks. At the same time, her graceful body rapidly retreated. With a jerk of her wrist, powerful Genesis Chi was once again frantically poured into the longsword. The sword's edge vibrated and countless deadly sword chi shot out. While the trio's expressions changed, the Genesis Chi in their bodies surged, barely managing to block the sword chi. Soon after, the trio charged towards the girl with even greater ferocity. "Ha, stinking girl, I have no choice but to admit that your battle power is indeed not something the 3 of us can compare to. In a one-on-one fight, none of us 3 brothers will be your match. It's just a pity that you're facing the 3 of us. Therefore, you should obediently accept your fate." After blocking the woman's sword chi, a sinister smile appeared on the trio's faces. They looked at each other, the ruthlessness in their eyes clearly visible. The instant their mocking laughter rang out, even more vigorous Genesis Chi gushed out from their bodies. In the face of the trio's ferocious attacks, the already solemn expression on the besieged woman's beautiful face grew even uglier. Beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead after such a long battle, and more than half of the Genesis Chi in her body had been consumed. She was already feeling powerless at this point in time, and if this continued for a long time, she would not even have the chance to escape. Boom! While the woman was rapidly retreating, one of the 3 middle-aged men suddenly flashed over from the side and swung a fist. Just as it was about to land on the woman's soft body, it was blocked by the woman's backhand at the critical moment. As the man was pushed back, the woman could not help but release a muffled groan as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "God damn it!" the woman cursed in a low voice. When she lifted her head, she discovered that the other 2 had already arrived in front of her, each of them brandishing their fists as they viciously charged at her. At such a close distance, she already had no chance of dodging. However, if she tried to forcefully block, she would likely be seriously injured. While her heart was greatly alarmed, the woman could no longer care about anything else. She hurriedly circulated all the Genesis Chi in her body, pouring it out without reservation in an attempt to block the duo's attacks. "I say, you 3 men are all origin transformation experts, and even outsiders would have to address you respectfully when they see you. Who would have thought that the 3 of you would gang up on a single woman? Have the dignity of an expert been fed to the dogs by the 3 of you?" However, just as the attacks of the 2 men were about to reach the woman, a cold reprimand that was filled with disdain was suddenly transmitted into their ears. Almost at the same time, a human figure instantly appeared between the 2 gray-robed men and the woman in a ghost-like manner. 2 palms were flipped and each palm met one of the men. Bang! The moment the 4 palms collided, a powerful force instantly poured out from the man's body. It was like a volcanic eruption, sending the 2 gray-robed men in front of him flying. The man didn't move an inch after knocking back the 2 with a single blow. After a few breaths, he slowly withdrew his palm and turned to look at the woman behind him. An elegant smile appeared on his handsome face as he said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Miss, we meet again." The person who spoke was naturally Luo Jin. Just now, before Xiao Yan had the thought of attacking, this fellow had involuntarily charged out. Seeing that this woman was about to be in danger, his attack became much more ruthless. Only then did he manage to force back the two opponents, who had a similar cultivation as him. Otherwise, it was likely that Luo Jin would not have been able to force back the two of them so easily. It's you. That means, just as the lady lifted her head to search, another figure streaked across the horizon. Soon after, the two people who were about to charge over were sent flying. As for the other person, when he saw the black-robed young man and Luo Jin appear at this moment, he immediately felt incomparable fear in his heart. Without daring to say anything, he immediately chased after the two people who had been sent flying. Hee, I never imagined that I would be able to see you 3 times in such a vast world. I have to say that we are truly fated. Chapter 1165. That's right. Being able to see you again means that there is fate between us. Not long after Xiao Yan's words sounded, the little fairy doctor, who was beside him, swiftly rushed over. Her pair of beautiful eyes contained a strange color as she stared at the woman in front of her. Her gentle and beautiful smile seemed to contain a feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away. Seeing this situation, the woman immediately laughed softly. Her pair of beautiful eyes swept over Xiao Yan's body. Her gaze flickered slightly as she said, "You must be Xiao Yan. I can feel their aura on your body," she vaguely said. Just as Xiao Yan was shocked that the other party actually knew his name, the woman had already swiftly descended. She landed in the mountain forest below and broke the formation that trapped the wind vulture. She once again stood on the back of the wind vulture and was about to leave. "How do you know my name? Who are they that you're talking about?" Just as the woman was about to leave, Xiao Yan hurriedly chased after her and blocked the front of the wind vulture. He wanted to clarify the woman's words. "Regarding me, I think that we will meet again very soon. As for them, you should know better than anyone else." Hearing this, the woman in front of him faintly smiled. Her long and narrow eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. She casually wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and consumed a medicinal pill. After which, she turned her head to look at the blood-flame bird in the sky, which was staring at her with its eyes wide open. She softly laughed and ordered the wind vulture to leave. "Miss, I saved your life just now. It seems a little unreasonable for you to leave just like that." The wind vulture was just about to move when Luo Jin, who had a somewhat disappointed expression on his face, once again rushed forward and blocked the front of the wind vulture. He directly stepped forward and faced the woman in front of him as he said with a silly smile, "Did I ask you to save me? Or are you saying that you saw that I was in a situation of certain death?" But Luo Jin was just about to open his mouth to refute, but he immediately saw the confident eyes of the woman in front of him. At this moment, the words that were already at the tip of his tongue were forcefully swallowed back. Following which, the woman gently stomped her feet and the wind vulture beneath her slowly flew forward. Buzz! However, just as the woman was about to leave, Xiao Yan stopped her once again. The powerful aura from his body swept out and filled the area in the blink of an eye. "Miss, I don't mean any harm. I just hope that you can explain what you just said. What do you mean by they, and who are you?" The powerful chi forced the wind vulture beast to not dare to charge forward. Xiao Yan's questioning voice was like a bell that reverberated between the sky and the ground. Even though this was the case, this beautiful woman in front of him was still as calm as usual. "I know that you're very powerful. However, it's not that easy for you to stop me." "Oh. Is that so? Just now you..." Swoosh. Without waiting for Xiao Yan's cold laughter to fall, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the void in front of him, there was originally nothing in the void, but in the blink of an eye, a slender and narrow icicle condensed. The sharp light was almost close to his forehead. Even though it was still a few inches away, Xiao Yan could already feel the bone-chilling coldness from it. "Didn't your teacher teach you that no matter what, you should never underestimate your opponent?" The cold and indifferent voice entered Xiao Yan's ears. Only then did the icicle floating in front of him slowly dissipate. This scene of coming and going without a trace made Xiao Yan instantly think that the woman in front of him did not seem to have used the power of the Great Way from beginning to end in the previous battle. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something. This woman might have been suppressing her strength from the beginning. She did not want to meet the opponent in her best condition. In this way, she tried her best to squeeze out her strength and challenge the limits of her own combat strength. Although this was accompanied by a considerable amount of danger, once she succeeded, the increase in strength that would be brought about by a long period of experience would definitely be extremely terrifying. At the thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but be secretly shocked. This woman's temperament was really different from ordinary people. It had to be said that this time, Xiao Yan was also confused by his opponent's appearance. If this woman really wanted to kill him just now, Xiao Yan's head would have been separated from his body by now. At the thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Immediately after, Xiao Yan withdrew the aura that he had released and took the initiative to make way for the woman and the beast in front of him. The latter did not stand on ceremony. The wind vulture's huge wings flapped gently and carried the woman slowly towards the south. Looking at the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance, Xiao Yan's heart became more and more suspicious. What exactly was the so-called them referring to? Also, she said that they would meet again soon. What did this mean? All of these made him very curious. Xiao Yan, remember, my name is Li Bingrui. We will definitely meet again. It was also at this moment that the woman's leisurely cry was suddenly heard from the distant horizon. Xiao Yan softly repeated it twice and memorized the name. On the other hand, Luo Jin widened his eyes and stared in the direction that Li Bingrui had left in. His heart was filled with reluctance as he recalled the domineering and strong demeanor of the latter. However, he had forgotten that the person who had lost was Xiao Yan. High up in the sky, at this time, the blood flame bird also stared at the direction that Li Bingrui left with his eyes wide open. His heart was filled with fear as he recalled the gaze that the latter had when she looked at him. That slightly familiar feeling made him involuntarily recall some things that had happened in the past. It's her. She actually recognizes me. Recalling some dark times in the past, the blood flame bird's heart could not help but tremble. Everyone said that his character was tyrannical, but how would they know that he had once been beaten up by a little human girl to the point where he had to flee from his family? The most shocking thing was that he actually saw the girl from back then again today. After that, this group of people once again stood on the back of the blood flame bird and continued to head towards the extreme south. Xiao Yan's heart was still thinking about the words that Li Bingrui had just said, but in the end, he still could not think of a reason. At the side, the little fairy doctor silently guarded Xiao Yan's side. Looking at Xiao Yan's appearance of trying to think with all his might, she could not help but feel a little complicated. Even the blood flame bird was secretly worried about something. Fortunately, the following part of the journey was much more stable. There were no accidents along the way, and they did not encounter any more accidents. Perhaps it was because they were getting closer to the extreme south that the people here were even more unwilling to easily provoke those unknown forces. This was because no one knew what kind of terrifying existence they would face next. And in this kind of waiting, after 3 days, Xiao Yan and the others finally arrived at the extreme south, a place called Endless City. Please bookmark the Flame Emperor anew. The Flame Emperor anew is the fastest to update. Chapter 1166. Hopeless City was one of the largest cities in the southernmost region. Reaching this place would mean that they had officially entered the southernmost region. The southernmost region was not a city or a mountain range. Instead, it was a vast region that the 3 sects of the southern region managed together. Compared to the other regions of the southern region, this place was without a doubt much more prosperous. Basically all the experts of the southern region had gathered in the southernmost region. For example, Fu Yulong and Lu Ya, who Xiao Yan's group had encountered on the southwest border, were returnance experts, but they would only be below average in the southernmost region. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how valuable the southernmost region was. Returnance experts were only below average existences. Above them were Origin Kings or even, Origin Kings. Xiao Yan's heart immediately tightened slightly when he thought up to this point. Just by looking at the current situation, he could already cause the world to change with his cultivation at the Origin realm. He wondered just how terrifying the strength displayed by an expert at the Origin realm would be. The blood flame bird left by itself after Xiao Yan's group arrived outside of Hopeless City. Before they left, Xiao Yan was not stingy in giving this fellow a couple of Tier 5 medicinal pills in order to express his gratitude and apology. Initially, that fellow was extremely dissatisfied with Xiao Yan's actions. His tone even contained some disdain. However, when he saw that the medicinal pills that Xiao Yan had taken out were all rank 5 medicinal pills, a glint immediately shot out from the large beast eyes of that fellow. He snatched the medicinal pills from Xiao Yan's hand without any hesitation, appearing to be afraid that Xiao Yan would go back on his words. The magical beast race was unable to refine medicinal pills to begin with. Other than spending a large sum of money to purchase medicinal pills from human alchemists, most of them could only obtain medicinal pills by killing others and robbing them. However, the medicinal pills that they obtained would be greatly lacking regardless of whether it was in terms of quality or quantity. It was extremely rare for something like Xiao Yan to give away medicinal pills. After accepting the pills, the Bloodfire Bird's original hostility towards Xiao Yan's group faded away. However, it still did not completely let go of the matter. The Bloodfire Bird was a proud race after all. It was impossible for it to accept orders from others. If it were not for Xiao Yan's coercion and the fact that Xiao Yan's group was heading towards the southernmost region, it probably would not have agreed to lead the way. Xiao Yan, don't think that the matter of your pills is over. I'll remember this grudge. I'll keep it for now. Just like that woman said, I'll definitely return it to you with interest the next time we meet. After leaving behind these words, the Bloodfire Bird turned around and flapped its huge wings. It flew towards a mountain forest southwest of the city. That's right. Although I don't know how you got involved with that woman, I'll still give you a piece of advice. It's best that you don't become enemies with her. This is because the person behind her is someone you can't afford to offend. The Bloodfire Bird's warning voice was transmitted from afar. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded his head when he heard it. Although he did not know the exact identity of Li Bingrui, just from the frightening fighting strength that woman had displayed, she was definitely an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Additionally, from the words of the Bloodfire Bird, Xiao Yan could also tell that this fellow seemed to know the identity of that woman. However, since she had already left, it was impossible for him to inquire further. Let's go into the city. Turning his head around, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the huge city in front of him that was like a prehistoric beast. A sigh gradually surfaced in his eyes. I've finally arrived at the extreme south. Burning Flame Valley, geocentric body transformation milk, I'm coming. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Immediately, he lifted his foot and led everyone behind him as they walked toward Wuming City. As soon as the group entered the city, the scene before them immediately shocked them. Majestic buildings stood in the city like mountains. The crisscrossing streets were laid out before their eyes. There was an endless flow of people and a hubbub that reached into the sky. Xiao Yan had already sensed quite a few powerful presences in the short amount of time they had spent in the city. The owners of these presences were all returnance experts. It really is the extreme south. Just the number of experts in the city is not something any city in the southwest can compare to. Other than the returnance experts, even the weakest person on the streets was a 5-star Do D. There were even quite a few origin transformation experts moving about. The origin transformation experts who could rule over an entire region in the western region were only ordinary passers-by here. It was truly surprising. As Xiao Yan's group studied their surroundings, the appearance of this group of people also attracted the attention of quite a few people in the city. After all, aside from the fairy doctor and Mu Ling, everyone else in the group was at the origin transformation realm or above. They even had Xiao Yan, a returnance expert, with them. Their battle prowess could be regarded as terrifying. The most surprising thing was that aside from Zhou Tai and the huge ape, everyone else was a handsome young man. It was very difficult for such a group to not attract the attention of the people in the city. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding passers-by, the group slowly walked towards the center of the city. Counting the time, it had only been a week since they had left Green Sun City. This was much earlier than their initial estimate. Currently, there was still half a month's time before the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley. During this period of time, it was more than sufficient for them to reach the location of the Burning Flame Valley from Wuwang City. Old Man Zhou, I already know about 2 of the 3 sects of the southern region. May I ask what kind of organization the other one is? Xiao Yan had only been focused on cultivation before. Now that he had arrived in Hopeless City and seen the bustling streets, he only thought of this when he had some free time. He immediately turned his head and asked Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai slowly exhaled when he heard Zhou Tai's question. He sighed and said, the strongest of the 3 sects of the southern region is the Burning Flame Valley. I don't dare to comment on the strength of the other 2 sections, I only know that they are on par with each other. The 3rd sect is called the 10,000 Scorpion Sect. The 10,000 Scorpion Sect, Zhou Tai muttered softly before he continued to speak. The 10,000 Scorpion Sect is not an ordinary human organization. It was established by an extremely powerful magical beast. In the extreme south, it is the only organization that uses magical beasts as disciples. A magical beast sect. Xiao Yan immediately raised an eyebrow when he heard that. An organization completely established by a magical beast in the territory of humans was truly a strange matter. Chapter 1167. Since it's a magical beast faction, could it be that humans will allow them to exist peacefully in the extreme south? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan could not help but voice out the doubt in his heart. The relationship between humans and magical beasts had always been like fire and water. Very few magical beasts were able to survive in human cities. This was not because of the environment, but because humans had a bone-deep rejection of other species. Any magical beast that humans saw would definitely be expelled or killed. Furthermore, the extreme south was a vast territory established by humans. How could there be a magical beast force that could exist peacefully? Hearing these words, the heaven-reaching giant ape behind him frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything. He was naturally very clear about the conflict between humans and magical beasts. Haha, rejection is natural, but don't forget that in this world, you still have to use your fists to speak. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter whether you are rejected or not. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is meaningless. No matter how you argue or struggle, it's all just useless. Zhou Tai faintly smiled. He had already understood this matter in his heart. On the other hand, Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard these words. He asked, since that's the case, the Burning Flame Valley and the Heavenly Puppet sect actually did not join forces? Join forces? When Xiao Yan's words came out, Zhou Tai immediately sneered and hurriedly said, Brat, your thinking is too simple. In a tripartite balance of power, it is absolutely impossible for any side to be easily defeated. Unless one of the sides is strong enough to force the other 2 to join forces. However, among the 3, the Burning Flame Valley is the strongest. Naturally, the Heavenly Puppet sect would not join forces with them. As for the Heavenly Puppet sect and the 10,000 Scorpion sect, it is even more impossible for these 2 to join forces. Think about it, the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Burning Flame Valley do not believe in humans. How could they join forces with the Magical Beast clan to resist? It is precisely because of this ingenious relationship between the 3 that they have successfully developed to their current stage. Hearing Zhou Tai's words, Xiao Yan came to a sudden realization. No wonder the Burning Flame Valley was the strongest faction in the extreme south while the other 2 did not do anything. It turns out that there was such a relationship between them. If not, the situation in the southern region would have changed long ago. Of course, you should not purely think that this is the entire southern region. Although the 3 sects of the southern region are powerful, the southern region is vast with hidden dragons and crouching tigers and dragons. There will definitely be experts that have not appeared. Perhaps. Perhaps the person behind Li Bingrui is such an expert. Zhou Tai's mentioned, no matter how outstanding her cultivation talent was, no one could be certain that there were other experts that existed in the southern region. However, Xiao Yan was certain that behind Li Bingrui's, there was definitely an expert that was at least at the origin King Realm Master. But, Xiao Yan was certain that there was definitely an expert that was at least at the origin. Huff, Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh when he thought of this. He secretly felt a pressure surging over in his heart. He had just arrived at the extreme south and he had already heard such news. He did not know what kind of powerful existences he would encounter in the future. You need not be too worried. Even if Li Bingrui has the support of an origin king expert behind her, since he is able to teach such an outstanding disciple, that expert is definitely not a narrow-minded person. As for the 3 sects of the southern region, they have nothing to do with us. As long as we obtain the core body transformation milk, we can leave. Seeing such an expression on Xiao Yan's face, Zhou Tai hurriedly comforted him. The little fairy doctor by the side also nodded. Luo Jin gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and revealed a firm smile. Only after seeing this did the latter nod his head. He raised his gaze and strode towards the city with his head held high. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely. At the same time that Xiao Yan and the rest entered Wuwang City, in the depths of the extreme south, within the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, a middle-aged man, who was resting on his side, suddenly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his purple eyes, a purple light flashed like lightning. In an instant, the aura within the middle-aged man's body suddenly surged. In this extreme south, other than those few, there are actually humans who dare to kill members of my clan. They really deserve to die, men. An ice-cold and indifferent voice reverberated within the spacious hall. Soon after, the door to the hall outside was opened and a human figure flashed in. Sect leader. The human figure half knelt in front of the hall and respectfully lowered his head as he spoke. Go, send someone to kill this human. The purple light in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, it transformed into a ray of light and transformed into a human face in the void in front of him. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. Yes. Below, the human figure raised his head to look at the human face and responded. Soon after, his body gradually distorted until he disappeared. In Wuwang City, Xiao Yan and the rest quickly found a place to stay in the city. After a few days of hurrying, although the group was not tired, they had arrived at an unfamiliar territory after all. They should stop and understand the situation here first. In Zhou Tai's words, it was also his first time here. It was only right for him to familiarize himself with the environment. Perhaps Luo Jin had been here many years ago. However, it was a long time ago and there was no way to verify it. After finding a place to stay, the group strolled around the city. Other than not provoking some experts, these few pairs of bright eyes saw many valuable things in the shops. This heaven-piercing giant ape had not come out for many years, so everything he saw was filled with a burning desire. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were not easy to deal with either. One of them was a Class 5 alchemist while the other was a Class 5 formation master. They were both extremely obsessed with medicinal ingredients and special materials. After looking around the city a few times, Luo Jin did not see anything that caught his eye. However, Xiao Yan did see a medicinal ingredient in a store called the 100 Herb Pavilion. Broken Mirror Flower. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the medicinal ingredient. The broken mirror flower was the main ingredient used to refine the Class 5 broken mirror pill. The broken mirror pill could greatly increase the chances of an origin transformation expert breaking through to returnance. Normally speaking, any origin transformation expert who consumed a broken mirror pill would be able to break through to returnance in a single stroke. As a result, the broken mirror pill was a particularly sought-after pill among origin transformation experts. This time, Xiao Yan's plan was not limited to this. Although the broken mirror flower could ensure that a late origin transformation expert could successfully break through to the origin realm, it could also allow the heaven-reaching great apes to recover their original cultivation. Moreover, if they were lucky, they might be able to use it to break through.